Hello, wonderful people. Hello. I know my hair, right? Let's get some music. Let's see what we got here. A little music first. Uh, I got the crank. Enough of that. Yeah, so I'll be making some more music during this video because I can. Daily Duppy because I can. If you don't know what that is, Idris Elba, my main man, the main man. Anyway, so I do not watch slave movies. I don't do it. Now, I was never a slave, and I don't know any slaves. I just heard about slavery. But here's some things that's going on with the new information that we're finding out about slavery. So there's always been misinformation about slavery. Always has been. There always will be. For one, there are like 100,000 slaves right now on the planet. So let's not get it twisted. Slavery never died. There's all types of slavery from the most extreme to the least extreme. You could say modern day slavery is, why do we have to work to live? You can look at it like that. You can go back and look at the people who created the schools and, all the powers that be saying they wanted a workforce. They didn't really want smart people. You can look at the indoctrination of, colleges and things along that line. I know when I got my degree, people were like, now you're indoctrinated, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, not really. Now I know something about a specific topic. And it's a wide range. Healthcare is so wide, and it's forever changing. But when you look at the slavery movies that come out, you have to understand. I studied healthcare administration. Yeah, I have a degree right here, healthcare administration. I have a 4-year degree, bachelor's of science, healthcare administration. But the thing about slavery is we're finding out that the people, the Africans, who so-called came over here, they didn't come over here because the white man, crossed some ocean, went over there and dragged everybody off the Ivory Coast. And then all of a sudden, you had a bunch of slaves that were here. We're finding out, thank you, we're finding out that, there were a bunch of Africans already here. And at first, I had some doubt about that because one guy told me, he says, look, I'm not from Africa, I'm from Alabama. And I was like offended, like, you're a slave. And now years later, TikTok is teaching everybody something. I'm just now finding out that there were pyramids in the Grand Canyon. And I'm like, wait a minute. There are pyramids in the Grand Canyon? That is an absolute. And then when we're looking at, and that's just one thing. When they went into the pyramids and looked at the pyramids in the Grand Canyon, there were hieroglyphics and all the painting were of Black people, just like the pyramids in Cairo and just like the pyramids all over the globe. All of those pyramids were made by one race of people and they were all Black. So I'm just like, wait a minute, if they were in, right down the street from us, if they were on the same continent, then who's to say that I did not come from those descendants? You know what I'm saying? We're always thinking Egypt, over there. And then somebody said, Egypt moves, Africa moves. And I'm just like, my whole mind is in a tizzy over this whole thing. Because at first I thought it was just people's opinions. But now we're finding out that it really is facts. There are pyramids on every continent. Even in the European continents where people think that, oh, the Europeans, made this, the ones out there near Australia. And I'm just like, no, the Aborigines are Black. There are African people, you know. So if we had pyramids, right down the street from here, those Africans were here, and which brings us to the Indians. Now people are going, okay, well now let's look at the Indians. They're going, well, wait a minute, the Indians don't look like us. The Indians aren't Africans. And then they go and start looking back in history and going, wait a minute, the early Indians that were here when the trade started happening were all dark-skinned people. They didn't look like the Indians that you see today. And so the people are saying, well, those Indians actually are like Eskimos. They came from a whole another region and they traveled down into this land. So I'm just confused about the whole slave thing. Plus, I don't want to look at how somebody beat my ancestors' ass, and we couldn't do nothing about it. I don't want to see a woman getting taken by a bunch of white men, and I don't want to feel that angst and that anger. But I love the new knowledge that's coming out. But here's the thing: the new knowledge that we are learning is not being disseminated through the movies. How do we know this? Because the Woman King movie was a complete lie. I never went to see it. I'm not going to go see it. I don't want to rent it. I'm not doing it. We know that the Dahomey tribe was one of the biggest slave traders, and that's how they got rich. They enslaved other African tribes, and African tribes have been doing this and are probably still doing it. Matter of fact, I know that they're still, especially over there in Libya. African tribes are still doing this. They will enslave another tribal clan or whatever, and then they'll go ahead and say, hey, you guys go ahead and work for us, or we'll end all of your lives. And that's exactly what happened. And that's exactly what's still happening. So the Woman King was a complete farce. And don't forget, this information is being disseminated by the Jewish people. This information is not being told by us. It's not being told by historians, by Black historians. There is a bunch of non-factual information that's out there, and they're not going to put out something. I mean, they put that movie out to try to placate us, is what they did. We had the whole Wakanda Forever, which is, we know Wakanda's not true, but of course there are tribes out there and lands that out there that are sacred, that are strong like that, but they're not the strongest in the world, because Africa wouldn't be in the sorry state that it's in now in some countries. Okay, in some countries it's in very, very bad shape, and they're trying to get the Europeans out of those countries. But of course, the Europeans came in, claimed the land, especially in South America, where they had the apartheid. They came in, claimed the land, claimed that it's theirs, and they're farming and everything on that land. They have a standing army on that land. But it's not Black people. It's white. It's I forgot what they call them. Like Charlize Theron is from South Africa. Okay, all right. So, the information that has been hidden from us is coming up now. It's boiling its way to the top, because you have so many people out there just in the privacy of their own home who know more than the average person. And this information is starting to get disseminated all over the place, of course, through TikTok, Facebook, YouTube Reels, and all this information. And then it's and then people like me have to go, okay, well, where did I come from? Because at first I thought I came off the Ivory Coast. I thought my ancestors traveled on a ship over here, and they were one of the few, because there are like millions of them that get eaten by sharks. And the sharks used to follow the ships, the Santa, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, the Pinta, the good ship Jesus, all those ships. And then we're finding out that we can't find any of those ships. We can't find any historical facts of those ships. Like, we're looking for the ships that brought us over. We don't have like pictures of us on ships. We have drawings. Like, can pull up some slave ships of people actually on slave ships. You know what I mean? I'm not saying they're not there. I'm saying I haven't seen any. And other people have been looking for them, but you know what they do find? They find pictures of Europeans coming over in mass numbers onto this land. Now we know the Europeans are not from this land. You know what I'm saying? But we also know that the so-called Indian, those tribes were already on this land. We're also finding out that the Olmec people were already here. Now this is something else that just got me. I'm like, wait a minute, you can't deny this. When I saw the pictures of the Olmec statues, they look like me. Now, listen, there's a difference between European people and Black people. And the first big difference, of course, is their skin. The next one is their hair. European people grew up in colder countries, so their hair is different textures than ours. And their hair comes down and it hangs down by their neck and it covers up their neck. They need that. They look like, very woolly, hairy people because of the colder regions. Their noses are smaller, so there's not a bunch of air that goes up there and cools off their brain. We come from hotter regions. Our hair is mostly on top of our head, not on our neck usually, but our noses are wider. We know this, and the air cools off our brains. Now, this is just how we're made. Now, when you look at the Olmec people, when you look at the statues that are still there, they're still there. The Olmec people in South America, it's right across the bridge. It's right across the bridge. You could, boom, catch a bus into their territory. Right, you can't tell me those people didn't migrate to America. The Olmec people, what they look like me. Their noses are wide. You can tell that they were African people. And it just blew my whole head back like, yo, what up, what up? It just blew my whole head because I'm like, oh my God, we were here the whole time. There's just too much evidence that makes it very clear that Black people were already on the Americas. As a matter of fact, we are on every continent. This is why you see these monoliths on every continent, because Black people built them. There is no pyramid that is built by any other race than Black people. There's not, as a matter of fact, there is nothing that is created today that hasn't already been created. Nothing. Not the car. The car wasn't built by, the first car on the road was built by Mercedes-Benz. They did not create that. The helicopter, the jet plane, all of these things were all found in Cairo, in hieroglyphs. And they actually found an actual wooden plane, carved out wooden plane in a pyramid. How's that even possible? If you look at the hieroglyphs, you can see right there on the wall, there's a picture of a helicopter. There are people who are wearing watches in India. They have watches. They have guns 12,000 years ago. They have Smith & Wesson long barrel rifles. How's this even possible? And for some people to go, Black people aren't Indian, you're out of here. You're crazy. For one thing, the earliest people to cross into India, for one thing, they're Asians. Asians and Indians, they have a border that they're actually fighting over right now. And they have soldiers standing on each side right now, every day, waiting for one of them to start something. Right now, in the mountains, there's soldiers looking at each other, a stone throw away, looking at each other. And this side is India, this side is China. They are Asians. When you look at the first people to cross into Asia, you're looking at the dark-skinned African people. And how do we know this? Well, when you look at Mesopotamia, when you look at Mesopotamia, you look at Egypt, and you look at Jerusalem, you find out it's in Asia. It's like you can't deny the land masses that are there. Even before, when we were Pangea, this is how these people crossed over. This is how they crossed over from one land to another. And because the earth was once a Pangea, this is why you had an American lion. You know what I'm saying? How do you have a lion in India, a lion, a lion here in America? There was an American lion. You have the African elephant, you have the Indian elephant. I mean, come on, they're not crossing large bodies of water. The earth was once a Pangea. That's why there's the same species on different parts of the continent. So I don't believe what Hollywood is pitching anymore. I don't digest it. I watch fantasy movies that are just way out there. I'd rather see something way out there. But I will not watch any slave movies. I've never watched 12 Years a Slave. I didn't watch the new Will Smith movie, the slave movie where Chris Rock was talking about. I didn't watch the bull crap about the Dahomey tribe, because the Dahomey tribe was actually our enemy if I came from the Ivory Coast. And once again, there's no doubt that there's some slave ships did come from there. There's no doubt about that came off the Ivory Coast. But the question, if you're black, you have to ask yourself, were you already here? Were your people already here? And listen, there is a huge difference between African American and African people. It is just very clear that African American and African people are not from the same tribe. We're not. We're not. When you look at the Jews from Jerusalem, and the Hebrew Israelites that went into Egypt, Egypt enslaved them. They're not the same tribe. The Egyptians enslaved them because they saw how their numbers were growing, so they enslaved them. They're not the same tribe. The Africans and the African Americans, we are not the same people. We're just not. We have two different beliefs. The Africans believe in praying to their ancestors. And so when they hear about us praying to Jesus, they're like, yeah, that's why you guys are still in trouble now, because you're praying to Jesus, a white Jesus. And I'm just like, let's clarify. We're not all praying to white Jesus. When we're praying to Jesus, for one, Jesus, he was not blonde hair, blue eyes, not according to the scripture. Jesus had skin of bronze and hair of wool. That's who we're talking about. And if he looked like that, and he clearly was a black man. He came out of a region where there were black people. He ran into Egypt because he was black. He looked like them. He looked like the Egyptians. And for other people who are trying to say, well, Jesus was Middle Eastern, it's like that's not even possible, because the Middle Easterns didn't even invade and take over by then. They didn't even take over that whole area by then. At one time, the Middle Easterns did come in and take over that whole area, but they had help from the Europeans. And that's how they came into Egypt. And that's why you don't see Africans in Egypt right now saying we are the true Egyptians, because the people that are there right now are all Middle Eastern. They had nothing to do with building Egypt. As a matter of fact, the Egyptians, the black Egyptians that were there, they did not build the pyramids, they did not build the Sphinx, and so on and so forth. You have to go way back into the Natufians and all these other people that were there, Punt and Timbuktu, and when all of that was thriving, you have to go to those people. And I think even before them is when some of those monoliths were built. So this is way before the Dutch came in. This is way before the Middle Easterns came in, way before they came in. So I'm just saying, a lot of what we know about slavery is just not true. Is there a new slave movie? Yeah, the one with Will Smith. The one with Will Smith is the most recent one, but there's no way I'm going to see it. So I'm not telling you people don't go watch slave movies. I'm saying I don't watch them, because when you're looking at a slave movie, you're looking at what is called a period piece, something that happened in a period of time. And when you look at that, They want you to believe that something in particular happened, when now we're finding out that you guys are not telling us the truth. This is why the Woman King was such a sham. But the leader, the lead actress of the Woman King said, if you don't go see the Woman King, you're not supporting Black people. It's just like, what are you talking about? We supported you and all the other stuff that you did, but you are in a movie that we all know clearly depicts a lie. You're fighting the Europeans when you were the one who we were fighting. You're the slaver. You're the bad person in this movie. Look, the Europeans do what they do, but you're trying to tell us that the Dahomey tribe was the good people. No, they were very, very, very wealthy because they had slaves, and they would kill these slaves. They had no problem knocking you off. They're very dangerous, dangerous people. So, I'm not buying it. I just wanted to say that about, these movies. You guys be very careful, because like when I go see these movies, I get angry. I get angry because of the situation that we're still in, but just of that situation. But what a lot of them don't tell you is, listen, before the Europeans had taken over the world pretty much, at one time, the African nations had taken over. The Muslims, they were Africans, coming out of Morocco. They were all seafaring people. They were all African. And, there are stories about Othello is about an African Moor, a Moor from Morocco. He was a Black man and fell in love with a white woman. So these were very smart, very seafaring people. They were all over the place. So be careful of that, because during those times, they actually had European slaves. And who they sought out mostly was the white woman. Okay? The white woman was very, very sought after when it came to slavery. So the Europeans had been enslaved by the African people at one time. But this is not widely spread because they want you to just keep hating and hating and hating. Now, I don't look at them and go, hey, I'm sorry for slavery. It's like, because I don't act like they're my slave. You know what I mean? I don't do that. But, they're apologizing to us because there are still the very, very racist people out there who think that they were always the dominant, and they have this stupidity in their head that they were dominant over every race, and they are dominant over it. It's like, no, mano y mano, buddy. You're not dominant over every race. Not even close. And they think because they have all these bombs and these ships and all this stuff that they're dominant over every race, but they're going to find that out that that's a lie too, because China, Iran, Russia, and China, Russia, Iran, and who's out in the Middle East? Saudi Arabia. All the people who control the oil, the oil decided that they no longer wanted to use the dollar, and they're doing this now. Now, what's really interesting is how China told the Sunnis to stop fighting, with the forgot what the other sect is, but the other Middle Eastern countries. They said, listen, stop fighting each other. We know the issue that you just had with America. Stop fighting with them. What we're going to do is we're no longer going to use the dollar. And they're doing that now. Like, this is in effect now. Plus, Iran has had a problem with them. And when you go all the way, Iran has had a problem with, America forever. But even when you go back to when Obama was in office, Obama sent warships to Iran. Hell, even after he got out of office, we invaded Iran. And we killed one of their leaders. That just happened recently. But Obama sent warships over there because Iran blocked the Strait of Hormuz. They blocked the oil shipping lanes. So they were stopping America and the rest of the world for getting their oil. They're like, no oil's coming in and out of there. We sent over a carrier. And we said, unblock the shipping lanes or we're going to blow your ships up. And so they had to do it. Well, all you did was piss them off because they said, we're looking for another way not to deal with you. So we can't do everything by war anymore. So now they have China, now they have Russia, and now they have the Middle Eastern countries, Iran. They all hate America. They never show up at any of the meetings to try to quell, whatever's going on. And so they all decided we're just gonna, make up our own financial union, and we're gonna share the oils, that the riches that we have amongst ourselves. So do not be surprised if oil prices goes through the roof. And also don't be surprised if your water starts turning another color because of fracking. Anyways, those are other subjects. But I just wanted to talk about that because the more I think about slavery, the less I know. I don't know what happened. We know that there were a bunch of terrible things that happened, but we don't know we don't know where we're from. If you're black, I guarantee you do not know where you're from. You don't. And the more you find out, the more confused you're going to be. You're going to say, well, my ancestors came from the Ivory Coast. What tribe were they in? What tribe did your ancestors come from? Bet you don't know that. I bet you do not know that. If you're African American, you can't tell me what tribe you're from. You can't. You can't tell me what part of the Ivory Coast they came from. You don't even know if your family started off living on the Ivory Coast. You don't know if they, got caught by a bunch of Bedouins and they were shipped to the Ivory Coast. Africa is huge. You know what I'm saying? So they could have went all the way in to the Congo and found you. Some of you people, depends on how your build is. If you're, really dark skinned, even darker than me, you're not from the Ivory Coast. You're closer to the equator. You're close to the equator. If you're tall and, very tall, 6'2", 6'3", even the females, you guys are probably Senegalese. You're Senegalese people. And if you're, you're wide, if your shoulders, you're wider shoulders, bulkier, heavier people, you come from a very wooded area out there where King Solomon's mines are from and stuff like that. You're from a wooded area. You're built like a silverback. They don't look like that for nothing. They look like that because they have to. Well, the humans look like that too. We depends on what our environment is the way we look, and that's genetically it's to survive. So it just makes sense. I'm just saying you don't know where your tribe is from, and if you don't know where your tribe is from, there's a good chance you don't know if you came off of the Ivory Coast. You don't know that. Well, you can look up whatever that genetic or DNA test or whatever. It's a good chance that you are African, but you might not be from the continent of late Africa. You might be early African. The difference is your people came here by way of they walked here. Your people didn't come here by ship. Your people walked to America. They walked. When the earth was a Pangea, your people crossed into this continent, and then, of course, the earth split up. Now, okay, let's talk about this, because it's hard to fathom sometimes. But let's talk about the earth splitting up and turning into oceans. Okay, right now in the hottest regions of America, where the desert is, there are oceans forming in the middle of the desert. And it's not like a trickle. They're sprouting there, just coming out of the middle of nowhere, and there's these huge lakes that are starting to form. And these people are standing there watching this water come out, and then they're starting to realize, wait a minute, we're surrounded by water. That's happening right now. Right now. they've actually tried to stop one of these because there's also a huge fissures starting to be. If you don't know what that is, that's a crack. There's these huge cracks that are starting to create. The continent is splitting up. That's what's happening, and water is the reason why it's doing it. Um, so they tried to, like, a train track went over one of these, and they saw it coming. It was a mud puddle that was moving, and they're like, "This mud puddle is moving. Like, what do we do about this? Because now it's getting close to civilization. There was a train track there. What do we do?" What they did was they built a wall, like, deep into the ground, like 75 feet. Well, when the mud puddle got to the wall, they heard a huge crack, and the damn wall cracked, and the mud puddle kept going. It just kept moving. It didn't do that in a day, but it took it a little while, and bang, it said, "Get out my way." Boom, boom, boom. You're Haitian. Oh, you're African. Yeah, you're African. 100%. Big ups to the Haitian people. Y'all need to get y'all land back. Yeah, y'all done real dirty. I mean, they just done y'all dirty when y'all came over here as refugees. And they told y'all to go back, and then they were beating y'all with whips. Yeah, your family is not from Haiti. Your family. You people are early Africans that that settled there when the Earth was a Pangea, and then once the Earth split up, your people were stuck there, just like Easter Island, except Haiti is close to, France, close to, not too far from America. Easter Island, the people there died out because they didn't build any ships, and they were like 600 nautical miles away from anything. So they're just out there by themselves, and then they all died off. But yeah, you are an early African, you know, and yeah. So I mean, I don't know how you found out what tribe you're from. I don't know what tribe I'm from, but there are late Africans and early Africans. This is something that I'm making up because of the way I see it. Early Africans are when the Earth was a Pangea, those people came from the Fertile Crest through Mesopotamia, through Egypt, spread all over Africa, crossed into China, and they crossed into China by the Red Sea. So the Red Sea wasn't always so far apart. That's for one. The Red Sea was, you could, matter of fact, you just walk over it. It wasn't that deep and that far it is as it is now. But they crossed over the Red Sea, and then it, came into another continent. But even before it was a continent. And, we just kept spreading out. This is why there's so many monoliths that all look the same. Pyramids all look the same. I mean, you have, the ones that are very, what I'm saying? But pyramids all look the same. It's the same concept. We know that these pyramids were not made for people to live in. We know that the pyramids are some type of power source. And, there's all kind of speculation what this power is for, whatever. We also know that the planet at that time, the atmosphere was thinner. So the atmosphere was thinner, and this is what allowed things to grow to epic proportions. This is why you had people, average, you had a race of 9-foot giants. They all had red hair. They found the bones of these people. Even the women were 7, 8 feet. They were all just giant people. But, they found that there were giants that got up to like 35 feet. And then when you start hearing about Zeus and Poseidon and all these gods that, these people talk about and put in these movies, you're going, well, how real are those? Well, you find out that there was a creature that is relative to Poseidon because we know that his footprint is on the bottom of the ocean. And then, he has not only one there, he has several of them. And when you look at his stride pattern, it's like 10 miles long. This was a very, very big creature, like 2 miles high. This was a big person. So we do know that these creatures exist because we see the remnants of their footprints. They were huge. We know that there were land giants that were 35 feet tall. We know this, and now they're going into the mountains of forgot what those particular mountains are, but like the mountains of Kabul, and they're finding that these giants are still living there. So that's like a big thing, like, and I don't understand why they don't want us to know about these giants. And I keep thinking it's just the same way they don't want us to know Jesus was black. They don't want us to know a lot about our history. They don't want us to know that we right now are walking, talking, driving our cars over cities that are under our feet. There are cities that are under us that we built on top of. There's a whole civilization we wiped out. There's a lot of things that were already here. It was already going on. Cars and all this electricity and all this other stuff wiped out. They didn't want to, they didn't want Nikola Tesla to use his theories on electricity because Nikola Tesla said electricity is free. So they were just like, absolutely not. We want people to pay for it. It's like, you're out of your mind. It's free, and it's a current that could run through your body without harm. Try that with what we have now. Go ahead and put no, you'll die. But Nikola Tesla was like, it's free, and he was saying all the things that you could do with it, but they were like, no, we don't want to do that. So I'm just saying that there's a lot of lies that are coming. They're coming out, and we're going, you lied to us. We know you lied to us. And now you have, like, the schools, they can't teach these lies without the kids going, that's not true. We know that's not true. We know that's not true. We know Ronald Reagan was the biggest drug dealer on the planet. We know that's not true. We know Bay of Pigs was a lie. We know because we can look it up now, easily get this information. We know Nancy and Reagan, they were big drug dealers. We know the CIA put those guns in Chicago. We know that. We just wanted to stop you. We know that America at one time was funded by the cartel. We know that. The cartel bailed us out. We know that. We know this. Back in the 80s, the cartel bailed us out. We know this. We know this. We know that 9/11 was a lie. We know that, most of the wars we fought were all over lies. We know this. You can no longer hide this from us. And it's irritating for teachers because they have a script that they have to follow, but it's a lie. You're saying the conquistadors came here and slaughtered, 87 million, Patrick Clutchi and Quetzalcoatl, and they were all, fair-skinned people, and we know that's a lie. They were all dark-skinned people. They were all Africans. As a matter of fact, they were all Semitic because they all spoke a Semitic language. How are they speaking a Semitic language if they didn't come from Africa? Like cut the BS. We know that it's a lie. We know that the Battle of Wounded Knee. We know you guys started that. The battle when you killed a bunch of those Indians, 200 of them slaughtered. We know you poisoned them with yellowpox or smallpox and put it on their blankets. We know that, so you can no longer lie to kids because kids know this information now, and they can easily look it up and go, this is our history and so on and so forth. But you guys let me know what you think about that. I mean, it's just my opinion. It's just my opinion on some things. Other things are coming out and they're facts. And me as a, older man, you would think that I have, a grip on it. Like, I know where I'm come from. I'm even more confused now than I ever been. And it might not be important to some of you to go, it doesn't matter, it's not going to pay my rent. Okay, but for some of you, you might have children. And your children are going to want to know where they came from. So there's that whole dynamic because, listen, Chinese kids can tell you where they came from. Even Chinese American kids, not only can they tell you where they came from, they can go back to where they came from. And this is whole thing with Black people is you can't go home. Whoever said that? Like, why is it you can't go home? But for every other race, they can go back. They can go back to India. They can go back to Spain. They can do these. We cannot do this. If we go to Africa, we're going to be out of place because we don't know exactly where we came from in the largest continent on the planet. We have no idea. And you can try to track down your DNA, but it's going. A lot of these records were destroyed. A lot of our churches, a lot of the libraries, they were destroyed by Alexander the Greek. He destroyed them. I mean, Timbuktu was destroyed. There was a bunch of information in there, medical information, records of who was what. The wisdom of the ages, the stars, and all that other stuff, that was all burned down, and it was burned down on purpose. So we are who we are now. We're lost. We don't know. And that is a huge thing. If you don't know where you come from, you don't know what your heritage is, you don't know who your ancestors are, they completely erased your history. 100%. But you can't go to a Chinese man and erase his history. You can't do it. And they have pride in their history, which they should. You can't do it to an Israeli. You can't try it. You can't. You can't tell them their history. Go and tell them their history is false. You're from Israel? I don't think so. And they will fight you tooth and nail on something, of course, until you hit them with the hard facts that you guys aren't really from Israel. You guys are Middle Eastern. You guys are out of Qadar or something like that. You're not from Israel. But they'll still fight you tooth and nail because, they have family that was born and raised there. And according to them, they're Israel. But the thing about that is, how are you people, the people of God? Because that's why everybody wants to claim Israel. Okay, so the Middle Eastern Israeli says, we're the real Jews. Then you have the white people who came out of Russia, the Russian Abkhazians. They're going, we're the real Jews. But when you go, you don't even have to go too far back to dispel the Russian Abkhazians. They were a warlike race. And they wanted to, what they wanted to do was, of course, being an army, they wanted to indoctrinate, they wanted to come into the back door of another army and say, hey, we're part of you. And it's kind of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But once they got into Jerusalem, they didn't fight to beat the Jews. They didn't go in there and fight and take an army into Jerusalem. They just went in there and claimed that they're the real people who are chosen by God. And we're just like, we know you're Russian Abkhazians. You're from Russia. You're not even close to being black. You read the Talmud. The Talmud hates Jesus. They think Jesus is in hell. And then, how is this possible? How is this possible? How? Oh my God, Obama sent them $40 billion. You want to know who controls the banks? Oh my God. And one of their main things is interest. And the Bible speaks about do not charge somebody interest. They do everything against the word of God. But they're claiming they're God's people. How's this possible? I don't know. So they're like, we're the real Jews. So you got the Israelis saying they're the real Jews, and then you got the Jewish saying we're the real Jews, but none of them have come out of Jerusalem. None of them. We know that the Western and the Eastern Jerusalem, the people from Judea, there it was divided into two kingdoms. We both know that they were both African nations. We know this. This is not a guess. They didn't look like Yul Brynner, and they didn't. Cleopatra did not look like who's the chick that played Cleopatra? Oh my God! I don't know. I forgot her name. Beautiful young lady in her time, though. She had purple eyes. It's like Cleopatra looked nothing like you. Even, and like I said, even the gods that they talk about, when you start really looking into it, all of these gods were black. Zeus is white with blonde hair and blue. They came out of Ethiopia. Those gods, Ethiopia. Where's a white man born in Ethiopia back in those days? It's just bad. It's just bad. It's just bad. You ever see Elizabeth Taylor? Thank you. With the purple eyes. She was good in Taming of the Shrew. Loved her. Listen, loved her in Taming of the Shrew. Loved it. You ain't seen it? See it. I was like, yeah, Liz, that's what I'm talking about. But, when you put, her and say she's the African queen or some old Audrey Hepburn or something, you put those people in there and we know that, we just know that they're African. We know that they look like us. It just, like Hollywood can't get away with it anymore, but they're still trying it. But what's happening is the Black people who are knowledgeable are rejecting it. And this is why the young lady from the movie The Woman King was upset, is because we didn't go support her movie. We're not going to support stupidity just because. If you're going to do a movie like that, if you're going to do a movie, do something that has nothing to do with the truth. Stop helping them. You're making money off of their lies, and you want us to believe it. You want us to pay our money to believe a lie. No, we know that the Homie tribe were criminals. They were murderers. That's what they did. They were enslavers. No, we're not doing it. We're not giving you our money. Zola, Iola, whatever her name is. Iola something. I'm not supporting you. I'm not doing it because you're in it. No, do something else. Go do another movie with Denzel Washington or Fences or whatever that. I never saw it, but go do something like that. Long time. Yeah, what's going on? Viola Davis, thank you. God, I'm old. I miss you doing sports. I stopped watching sports. That's what happened. Did y'all hear about Terrence Howard not wanting to do? Yeah, Terrence Howard is different. Terrence Howard is trying to explain the sum of zero. So Terrence Howard came out and said during one of these award shows that gravity is made up. He said it's not real. Now, when I heard that, like everybody else, I was going, Terrence, come on, man. You look, what you doing, man? But then when you start thinking about it, you go, well, wait a minute. If the Earth is not spinning at 66 million miles an hour like they said it is, and we know that it's not, if the Earth is not a spinning ball flying through the universe, we know that it is not. If the Earth is not surrounded by space, just floating and the universe is spinning with it, we know all of that is a lie. All that's a lie. How do we know that? Because the Bible told us so. The Bible says the earth sits still. That's what it says. The Bible also talks about there is a firmament around the earth. Now, someone to go, well, the Bible is written by man, it is written by the Holy Spirit that was in man. That's for one. For two, there are people who shot rockets up and it hit the firmament and bounced off of it. There are scientists who went down to the deepest part of the oceans and they bounced off of the bottom floor. They said we hit the bottom and it sent a ripple out. That's because they hit the firmament. Okay? We know that the firmament's there because of what the Bible says. It divided the oceans from above us, from the oceans below. We know this. So we're not this spinning ball, spinning through space. We're sitting still. We're not rotating at this ridiculous mile an hour. It's not so. So if all these things aren't so, then where does gravity come from? Me personally, I don't know. I have a theory that I wanted to try, but I don't know. Now, here's my theory. I think that gravity is created by a few things. I was actually going to try this. I was actually going to build a model of some type and try this. So if you have land curved, I do believe the earth is curved. And you have a couple elements. You have water. Let's just take water and let's start there. There's water above us, water beneath us, but let's look at the water that is beneath us, and we're looking at two types of water. We know when the oceans meet, they're two different colors. Why? Because one is salted and one is fresh water, right? We know that the salt water and the fresh water, they have properties. There's things that they do that needs to be done. So we also know that there is a airflow that goes around, goes up out of the ocean, around, comes down, then it goes through the water. I forgot what it's called. One of you are going to help me. They killed Black Panther because they exposed him and he was talking against it. Really? I just think that the whole second Black Panther movie was a waste of a movie. There's just no way. They shouldn't have never done that. To me, it would have been more exciting if they had another Black Panther, which they could have picked. They could have easily picked. Yeah. They could have easily got another Black Panther, and they could have made that thing epic. But I'll get into that in a second. For those of you who don't know, I used to read comic books. So I have hundreds of them over here. So I can talk a little bit about that. But nonetheless, so there is so water, okay, air goes up, boom, water hits the ocean, boom, goes down, boom, comes back up. So there's a cycle of air that's constantly rolling around. If you ever disrupt this air, you'll have earthquakes and, tidal waves and things along that line. I think that band of air, the salt water, the fresh water, and the high pressure of the mountain ranges that water passes through, and that water is heated once it hits the bottom of the ocean. It's heated, the heat makes the water rise, and the whole cycle that it takes on, I think that's how gravity is created. But that's just me. We know that there are some things that have been, as we say, caught in the matrix recently. We've seen airplanes that are sitting still in midair. And we're just like, no, it's moving. No, it's actually sitting still. We've seen pigeons and, other birds, that are sitting still in midair. Now, some birds can, just kind of hover. But we've seen birds that are stuck, and then somebody would come and hit it with a stick, and then the birds start flying again. So we're seeing things like this. We've also seen people driving down the street and their car just pick up off the ground, and the front of it's just hanging out like this. We're going, well, wait a minute. And then another car from another direction, and people at the light, their cars are all up in the air like this. So gravity is doing something at some point. But do I think that gravity is man-made? I think it's highly possible. Where have you seen that? You can see you can pull up YouTube videos of it. Most of the time, people think it's an albatross because an albatross can hang there, but nope. We've seen several birds, different kinds of birds just stuck there. Ravens, pigeons, just stuck there in different parts of the countries, just all over, just stuck there. And as far as the traffic accident, there's a few clips of those. So I feel like Michael B. Jordan should have took over. Michael B. Jordan cannot take over a thing. Okay, Michael B. Jordan is taking its. Michael B. Jordan is directing Creed. They say Creed is good, but he's a director. He is not a disseminator of information. He hasn't got to Tyler Perry's. Tyler Perry owns. He owns his own. He owns the production, the cameras, the land. He owns it. So that's just kind of different. But the thing about it is, still, even that, Tyler Perry's not a distributor. 20th Century Fox, Paramount, they're not distributors. You may own your own production and all this, but I don't think he's a distributor yet. So there's levels to it. Tyler Perry, if Tyler Perry can't put a movie out without going through the Jewish people. And we know it's the Jewish people because Kanye West made it very clear who control these industries, and it's the Jewish people. Well, I really don't know what to say to that. I'll say this: he found a niche that other comedians were doing. Martin Lawrence did it. Okay, Jim Carrey did it. All right, you've had a bunch of comedians put on a dress. It's just that Tyler Perry, when he put on that dress, he took it to stage. Now understand, Tyler Perry was doing tours on stage. All right, and then when he did that, he just did like any hustler would do. When people came to see it, they laughed at it, they loved it. He kept doing it, and then he made another series without him. The Parkers or the whatever, I don't know, the Parkers or something, where the chubby fat black dude, and then they got in and Tamla Mann and singing on stage, and people loved it. So yeah, he took it to stage. And so once you take it to stage and you do all these tours and you're letting other people handle it now, all you're doing now is writing, and people are coming up to you, hey, I need a chance. And you're like, fine, what can you do? You're putting together another show. Boom, same thing, boom, boom, boom. Now you got like 10, 12 different shows, and they're all doing good. He's getting all this money. Everybody's eating. Everybody's happy. He's getting this money. And then, he took it to the movies, and then boom, his movies all did good. But his stage is really what got it. That's really what got it. They were all a success. All a success. And he was like, oh yeah, I'm in there. Now, one of his movies that he had out, one of the ones that I liked when he was a detective, I've only seen that once. It was really, really good. I was like, I want to see more of that. But I don't watch men in dresses. So I never got into Tyler Perry. I never got in the dude who was wearing a grandmama who was wearing a damn dress and playing basketball. I think LeBron James put on a dress before. Freaking Kevin Hart had on a dress before. Wesley Snipes had on it in To Wong Fu. I was Wesley Snipes, a goddamn dress on. They even got the bodybuilder dude had a dress on. Big Kai, whatever his name is, huge dude. He had no, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. There were some good Netflix shows that came out. But they come out pushing this whole narrative of men in dresses and with makeup, and I can't. I wasn't even a Mrs. Doubtfire fan. I don't like it. So yeah, I don't like it. But as far as Terrence Howard is concerned, Terrence Howard, he tried to say gravity is not real, and he also tried to explain away the possibility of nothingness. And he was saying that there is always something. Now, he got into the math of it, and he was trying to use Einstein's, theories, and and it boiled down to zero cannot be nothing. It's always something. And I think he got the concept when he was thinking that energy always exists, it's transferable, but it is always there. And if energy is always there, then zero is not possible. So when it comes to mathematics, you can't start from zero because remember, it's impossible to multiply zero. What he was saying, well, zero isn't a concept. It's always one. That's what Terrence Howard is saying. I mucked it up a little bit, but you can go listen to his excerpts on what he's talking about. And for those of you who, want to pull out a calculator, you can do that. But my thing with that is, look, Terrence, that's fine, but apply it to something. See, math is always applicable to something. It's always relative to something. There's always something that we have that's mathematically, we can look at it and it's applicable to something some kind of way, either the weight of it, the size of it, the shape of it, the 3D dimension of it, and so on and so forth. There's always a mathematical equation to anything that we have. So how do you apply a mathematical equation to a bottle of water? Starting at 1. That's my thing. Like, okay, I hear your concept, but apply it. You're gonna if we're starting with 0, we can add this up and make sense. We can add up how much the volume, how much water goes into this, how tall it is, how round it is, how much it weighs. We have mathematical problems that can help figure this out. But if you're starting from 1 and 0 is not possible, then that means the water always was. See, without that, you're saying there was no water bottle. Until we added things together and this became. But now you're saying the water bottle always was. And that's just hard to get around because if you're saying it always was, then where does it exist? Where does it exist? And now you're not looking at something that is 3D. You're starting to dip into, the 4th dimension. That's what's happening. You're saying something always was. It's always there. You're looking at the 4th dimension. You're looking at a wall that most of us we don't theorize in our everyday hustle. Nonetheless, he didn't make that up on his own. And he's not necessarily wrong. However, if you can't apply it, then it's just a theory. But as soon as he applies it, as soon as he does like this and goes, water bottle, and it appears, and then he explains how it got here, that will change the entire way that we think. And and I'm gonna tell you something, society will collapse, especially once 2 or 3 people get their hand on that. It's lights out. It's lights out, because the possibilities are endless. You can see something in the fourth dimension, and you can create something in the fourth dimension and then bring it into the existence of the 3 dimension, and boom, it exists. And you're like, you have to explain this to everybody else, how this is, and then where did it come from, and then what is the effect of it being missing from there, and what is the effect of it being here. So it's not just a water bottle that you brought from the fourth dimension to the 3 dimension. You broke into a dimension, and now that door is open. And what else is in there? What else is in there? So this is one of the biggest problems with CERN. This is one of the biggest problems with, there's a movie out right now. It's called War of the Worlds. And it's on Netflix. And it's actually a series. And it's talking about that very thing. It's just it's a whole series. And it's good. How does this all tie with the Bible? Sorry. Well, do you know of any creatures, beings, people who have traveled and or exist in another dimension? All right, so the scriptures read, I knew you before you were in the womb. This is God talking to you. I knew you before you existed in your mother's belly, which means before your father laid seed into your mother, and then you came out of the millions that were trying to make you. Before this whole thing happened, before they met, before the earth was created, I knew you. So if God can say, I knew you before you were in the womb, this means you existed somewhere. He didn't say, I knew you were going to exist. He said, I knew you. He didn't say, I knew that it was possible for you to be created if these 2 people got together. He said, I knew you. I knew you in the past. Don't I know you? You look familiar. I know you, which means we had a past. So before you were here, you were somewhere else. When you look at science and, Einstein, he's saying energy never dies. It's always transferable. So he's saying the same thing. He's saying you are a ball of energy that was somewhere before you were here. Where is that dimension? That's how it ties into the Bible. Now, when you start looking into that dimension, it's a very wide open and very scary thing to even comprehend, because it is a fourth dimensional platform. It is a very complex platform that where up is down and down is up, things can transfer Things, okay, angels can look like one thing, then turn around and look like another. The angel of the Lord can show up, looking like a, huge winged being with many faces. Or in the book of Job, it could show up looking like a man with no wings. Two of them showed up looking like men. And they were beautiful men. Or not the book of Job, the book of Lot. Showed up to Lot's house as men. They could have showed up, wings spread, 30 feet tall. There's some angels are so big that they can stand in two different oceans at once. They can fly around this planet 7.5 times in a second. They wield great weapons of destruction. Before this planet was made, they wield these great weapons of destruction. Jericho's horn had nothing on what these angels can do. Why would they show up as two men? When the angel saw Mary, showed up, looked like a man. She knew it was an angel. When the angel came down to stick his water in the pool of Bethesda, it flew down, stuck his finger in the water in the pool. And everybody knew when it was coming. And the first person to jump in was healed of leprosy. How's it possible? These angels, even Lucifer can show up as an angel of light. He looks different. He can show up and can look completely different. Completely different. How's that possible? These are fourth dimensional beings. They travel through this earth's dimensional walls with ease. They can go from heaven to hell just like that. We cannot do this. We can't. We know angels go into these dimensions with ease. They just walk right through a wall. And sometimes people who see spirits can see them come right through their walls. At any given time of the day, they'll just walk right through your wall. Hey, what's up? How's this possible? The Bible tries to explain some of these things. It tries to. But it doesn't get stuck on those topics. But it tries to explain some of these things to us. That the world that we live in is very small. Planet we live on is big, but the world we live in is very small. Very, 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 very minuscule compared to the universe that we're a part of. So when you were looking at in the scriptures where the rich man died, and the poor man who he used to feed his scraps to also died. And the poor man went to heaven, and the rich man went to hell. And the poor man looked up and saw, the rich man looked up and saw the poor man in heaven while he was burning. His whole body was on fire. He was in great torment. And he said, "Put a drop of water on my tongue that it may ease my pain." And the man in heaven says, "I can't." He said, "Because there's a great chasm in between you and me. I can't travel through it." A great chasm. He wasn't talking about the oceans. He was talking about something else. And it's made like that so things in hell don't get out. Now, we know that there are spirits that travel from heaven to hell. But there's some things that are in hell that won't get out. You don't want them to get out. Hell is a lot bigger than the planet. Now, we know that there are spirits that travel back and forth from hell because the Bible says when you cast out a spirit, it leaves you. It goes into waterless places. We all know the waterless place is hell. There is no water in hell. It goes into waterless places. And then when it sees that you swept everything clean, it goes and gets seven more terrible than it, and comes back up and tries to dwell within you. So when we're looking at that scriptures, we know that this being can travel from our body down into hell, past the chasm, go into the chasm, into hell, and then make its way back up out of that chasm and into us. How's it possible? Once again, this is a fourth dimensional being. Now, there's only a time limit where they can do this, but they can do this. Now, some of these beings are brought into us or around us by what we do. So this is one way the Bible is talking to us. The Bible tells us things and says, do not do this. And the reason why it says don't do this is because of what's behind it. So the Bible says, don't fornicate. Like, don't go out and just start sleeping with people. Why does the Bible say this? Because of the union between the two people that has created is ungodly. And God says, if it isn't for me, it's against me. Well, if you do something against God, you have spirits that are attached to it. So if you go out and sleep with somebody and you're just like, man, that was great. Next thing you know, in the middle of the night, in the middle of the day, you want to do it again. You're hearing voices in your head. You think that's you. It's not you. That's whatever spirit is attached to you. It's the same way with fighting. It's the same way with cursing. It's the same way with drinking. Same way with smoking. Listening to, loud, crazy music. All of those are spirits. And that's why the word says, if it's not for me, it's against me. If you're doing stuff that is against God, these spirits are involved and you're allowing them in your life. Now, some people know this, but, hey, you're horny, so you're like, I don't want to, So this is where God steps in and says, yeah, mercy and grace. I got mercy and grace. You're one of mine. I understand that you're horny. Yeah, so, I need to find you a wife. Because the scripture says, better to marry than to burn. Now, see, that's somebody who's on the right track. Because they're like, I'm horny, I'm young, I got money, I want a wife. What's good? Because you don't want me playing with myself. You don't want me sleeping with Jezebels. Do something. And God's like, got you. Let me get you a wife. And that's that. Man who finds a wife is a good thing. Boom, he finds a wife. That doesn't say that, it's case closed and that there still can't be something in there that a spirit can't attach itself to. But nonetheless, you're moving in the right direction when you start, looking at the scriptures and, trying to follow this book. Because outside of that, when God speaks about what's outside of the kingdom, when God says, when people die and they came to him, did not prophesy in your name. Lord, Lord, did not do this, did not do that. He said, well, you did. He said, you did run well, but what hindered you from hearing the truth? What made you stop listening to me? Now, there are examples of that. King Saul. King Saul stopped listening to God. God told him to do something, and King Saul didn't do it. So King Saul consulted a witch because he knew he was in trouble. And what happened? His spirit was tormented by a demon. King Saul tried to put a spear through David. I was 25 when I first had intimate relations with a man. Oh, you're a woman, okay. With a man, and it ruined my life. Well, yeah, because you didn't do it through the scriptures. But you have to understand, some of these spirits were already in your life before you were born. Some of the things that you've done and you have the impulse to do was already with you before you came out of your mom. Some call them generational curses, but they're generational spirits. If you notice, if the father is an alcoholic, then what is the son? He's an alcoholic. If the father is a whoremonger, then what is the son? Or the daughter? If the mother is a rebel rouser, then what is the daughter? Same thing. So some of those spirits were already in your life. Now, the thing about it is recognizing these spirits. See, that's where, when you say, what does the Bible have to do with it? The Bible has everything to do with, the earth, what's going on the earth. The Bible completely talks about the history of the planet. The Bible tells you, it told you years ago that the water is going to recede in, the Great River. The waters were going to recede in the Great River. Now it's happening. The Bible tells you about all the conflicts that are happening, that are going to happen. It told you about slavery and when slavery was going to end. I mean, there's a lot of things that the Bible reads, and sometimes it gets a little tough because you got to go into Revelations and completely, dismantle Revelations and understand, who and what he's talking about and when, and what Jesus looks like in the book of Revelations is not what he looks like, when he was in Jerusalem. He's just still black, but, he has hair of wool, but it's white, but he has hair of wool and it's, brown. And, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, once you, get through the book of Numbers, the book of Kings, when you start reading through these books, you'll notice the things that are happening today is aligned with them. Now, the book of Revelation is a very hard book to read because, when God, when the scriptures start talking about the horn of bronze, the horn of, or the gold, and, and all these metals that they're using as metaphor, they're talking about countries. They're talking about countries is what they're talking about. And it just can get a little, a little confusing because you're not sure that's when you need to pray about it. Like, I don't know what you're saying here. Like, what country's going to do what? Where is the, Antichrist going to come out of? Because even back in the day, they said the spirit of Antichrist was already in, walking around on the earth. But it's a spirit. The Bible is a spiritual book, so you have to. This is why no man can come to Christ unless he has the Holy Ghost. Unless the Spirit of God draws them. You can't come to God unless the Spirit of God. When you came to the Lord, something happened. And you was like, this is bigger than me. God drew you in. And you could have been out there kicking ass and screwing and spitting on people and acting a damn fool. But the Lord was like, yo, we know this because of what happened to Saul on the road to Damascus. Saul literally was beating up God's people. Literally. He was literally going from place to place, and he wasn't no small guy. Paul as well, Saul, which became Paul. He wasn't a small person. He was literally kicking ass and taking names, and they were afraid of him. But what happened on the road to Damascus, God opened his eyes while he shut his eyes. He said, Paul, why are you persecuting me? He said, who are you, Lord? And all of his soldiers heard him. He ran with a crew, and they all heard the voice, all of them. And then he was blinded. He was the only one who was blinded. And the people around him took him somewhere and, held him there for a couple days until he, went somewhere else. And, the scales fell off of his eyes. He was blinded. God blinded him. And then he worked for God until he got his head cut off because he was a Roman soldier and he was claiming Jesus Christ is king. And that's heresy. My mother did it the right way. My father married her before they had me. Yeah, I tried to marry my baby mother. Didn't work. I shouldn't have never been doing what I was doing. You know, I should have had a whole family with about 5 kids. But the thing about me is, I could never afford that. Oh, everybody's gone? Okay. Well, it's good talk. Good talk. I enjoy talking to you guys. It's good talk. Good talk. Good talk. Oh, somebody's here. Okay. Madely's still here. Well, I'll talk as long as I can, but it said 0. But listen, I got a problem because I'm always, what I do. Sometimes I will not eat a lot because I know I'm gonna wake up wanting to screw. That's just the facts. And I'm in my 50s. I'm still thinking about pounding something out. I don't know how long I go, but you know what I'm saying. But I love women. I don't have one, but when I dated, I marveled. I marveled at a woman just standing there in front of me and let me do what I wanted to. The power that had. Man, I could do that all day, stare at a beautiful woman and just mess with her all day. When they would leave, I'd call another one over just to do the same thing, have my fun. And then, the next day I did the same thing. And I was going to do it again the next day. And the Lord said very clearly, you better stop. I've been in situations where I was like, Lord, help me. And I wasn't in like I was, stuck on the side of the road, even though I've been there too. But I mean, it was because I was marveling at these beautiful women who were letting me have them. And I didn't want to stop because it felt good. You know what I mean? But I was like, Lord, no, I'm 55. I was like, Lord, help me. Help me. And I was like, look at her. He's like, you need to quit. One time the Lord told me to leave this girlfriend I used to have. And me and him had a conversation in her house. And I was talking to him out loud because I didn't want to leave. One, she was a good looking woman, but she was a hoe. And I didn't want to leave because I really wanted a family. And he was like, no. He's like, you need to leave. See, he knew what was coming down the pipe, but I didn't. He knew the stuff that she was doing, but he knew I was getting angry. And I left. I'm not even sure if I want one anymore. It would be an act of God if I had one. Hold on a second. Hello. Hello. It would be an act of God if I got one, but you know, I had so much fun having so many women in my company just to be there. It was so much fun to me. Because for one, I was broke. And they would come on over and talk to me. And, I mean, I just didn't have a problem having company. I haven't had company here in a long time. Not that type of company. Years, years, years. But it's not something I strive to do anymore. So, but having sex is not a good thing. Now, the sexual demons, spirits that get a hold of you are hard to get rid of. And the Bible talks about that. It says you have to fast and pray to get rid of them. Because you may cast them out in the name of Jesus. Be gone from me, lust demon, or impure demon, or masturbation demon, or pornography demon, or whatever demon you're praying against. And that demon's gonna shudder. It's gonna I don't want to let you go, but you gotta let me go. In the name of Jesus, bless yourself and all those things. That demon ain't leaving. For one, it's not one. Demons come in packs. They don't run by themselves. So you got your work cut out for you. Now, you can make this situation uncomfortable, one, by listening to prayer. I mean, if you're sleeping at night, turn your phone on to a prayer video. You turn it all the way down. Just let it be there. That atmosphere that it's creating, that vibration it's creating, is a holy vibration that's emanating through your house and through your room. That helps. Trust me, it does. Sometimes I leave my computer on and do the same thing. I'll put it on a prayer channel and just put it on pause and just let it sit there. You know what I'm saying? Because these demons will attack you if you start attacking them. If you're like, I don't want you around anymore. I don't want to watch porn anymore. I don't want to have sex anymore. I only want to do the will of God. They're gonna try to stop you. They're not gonna be like, yeah, go do the will of God. When you try to read your Bible, they're gonna be like, I'm sleepy. Well, when you hear a voice saying, I'm sleepy, that's them telling you you're sleepy and you're not sleepy. My eyes are tired. That's what they do. They convince you, and they can convince your physical body. They can make you sick. A lot of times you're sick, it's not because something's going on with your body, it's them inside of you making you sick. When you look at when Paul was healing, not when Paul, when wasn't Paul, who was that? When they walked to the church and there was a man begging for alms and he was blind. Oh, he was crippled. He was crippled. He'd been crippled for years. And I think he was blind too. And he looked up and begging for alms. And he was like, do you have, $1 or whatever? And he was like, listen, money I don't have, but what I do have, will help you. And he said, get up. He said, be healed and get up in the name of Jesus. The dude jumped up and could walk and he could see, and then he ran around in the synagogue or the church, and everybody knew that this man was lame and blind. And so they were talking about what had happened. But he said, unclean spirit be gone from him. So he knew it was a spirit that was doing it. A lot of times your body is, the vibrations in your body are off, and it's because of these spirits. And you always got a cold, or you always got back pain. You always have back pain. You don't have a back injury. You always got knee pain. Never had a knee injury. Your bones hurt. Your lungs. Your breath is shortened. You can't walk up a flight of stairs without taking a break in between. No, nothing happened to you in your life where you should have to do. You're not, horribly obese, morbidly obese, excuse me. You're not, no, you're in shape, at least you think. You're like, oh, I got to go to the gym. No, what's happening is you're under attack. And because you're not a person who prays and attacks the spiritual world, you just think, see, you just think that you're existing in this world, and the spiritual world has nothing to do with you. And that's a complete lie. It has everything to do with you. You are living proof. He was my only person I had sex with in 2016. And it still has a strong, yeah, because you want to have sex again and again and again and again. Yeah. And listen, sometimes that spirit will look at other people and have you lusting after them. In the middle of the night, you'll wake up, can't sleep. That's when they get you. That's when they really start talking to you. Yeah, those spirits are doing that. So, you wake up in the middle of the night, you're tossing, turning, you're hot in the ass. You're like, am I horny? Or is this, what is this? And like, why every time I see, in your case, you might see Mike at work or something. Like, I'm not even attracted to Mike, but God dang it, if Mike took me out for dinner, yes, I'd bang his brains out. Where do you think that's coming from? It's not you. You're like, this is completely, it's not me. It's a spirit. And here's something even deeper. Mike has the same spirit. Spirits identify each other. People who smoke together. People who drink, they drink together. A person who doesn't want to have sex is not going to go to an orgy. Somebody who doesn't want to drink is not going to have a bunch of drinking buddies. And this is why the Bible says, come out from among them. It says, be ye separate. Separate yourself from them. Because if you don't, those spirits that are on those people are going to jump on you. Next thing you know, whatever they're talking about, you're talking about. If they're angry and they have a spirit of anger and they want to go out and tear stuff up, it's just not going to take long before you want to do the same thing. If everybody is screwing each other and if you got a bunch of loose girlfriends and all they talk about is the guys that they bang out, I'm telling you, somebody's going to be on top of you in no time. And listen, when he gets up and leaves and doesn't call you back, you're going to ask yourself, why did I do that? You're not going to know. I'm going to tell you why. You listened to the spirit that entered you. That spirit communicated with somebody else. Once you two got together, you did what those spirits wanted you to. The end result is now you're further from God. That is the end result. That's the truth. You don't do that. It's not what you don't do. What I'm saying is you have a spirit inside of you that you might not even know it's there. You might not. If you've never, the devil's biggest trick is hiding in plain sight. It's his biggest, greatest trick. A lot of people don't believe the devil exists. They don't believe it. I don't believe that. An angel from hell turned bad, fell down, and now he's trying to get my son. I don't believe it. But you turn on some of these award shows, you start listening to the music that these people are playing, and look at what Sam Smith just did. Look at Rihanna and what she just did. Oh, no, the devil's real. Oh, yeah. That Sam Smith performance. Oh, yeah. They make it very plain. The devil is real. And he's in charge of that. That's why you don't listen to that music. See, you're saying, I don't do this. But there are things that I bet if you just gave me a day in the life of you, I could find something that is contrary to the scriptures in your life that you're doing. I can listen to it, boom, there it is. And I can tell you right now, it has a spirit attached to it because 10 to 1 says you do it every day. Every day. You wake up and you think about it and then you go do it. And I'm telling you, it is there. Now, it may not be one of the main ones. It may not be fornicating. It may not be drinking, smoking, cursing, anger, cursing people out, fighting. It may not be one of those, but it could be other things in there that you just don't know. You're like, I didn't know that was, yeah, that's wrong. But how can a person hear the word unless a preacher tells them? See, you don't get judged for what you don't know. You get judged for what you know. It's unfair for God to judge you with something you just didn't know. It's unfair. It's the stuff that you know, then you're like, oh, Lord, I didn't know. You're like, have mercy on me, Lord. But Lord, even the Bible says, why do I want to do the things that I'm not supposed to do? The answer is because you like it. So even people who are holy and Christian, they're still doing stuff that they're not supposed to do. They might be eating something they're not supposed to eat. They might not be exercising. You got some church people who are huge. That's not scripture. That is not scripture. They're just huge and they eat all the time. It's called gluttony. You got some people that just won't do anything God says to do. That's called rebellion. And rebellion is of witchcraft. They just want the Lord to say, go do this. Nope, not doing it. Won't do anything God says to. Will ignore the word of God just completely. Nothing. Won't do nothing God says to. They're rebellious. They're not out here, doing crazy stuff. They just don't want to do anything God says do. Well, that is a sin. Some of the shows you watch, you give me 10 TV shows, and I can tell you right now, I can start picking them apart. What's your favorite song? We'll just start right there. Tell me your favorite song on the radio. Let's do this. Whip out your playlist. If you drive to work, 10 to 1 says you have a playlist. While you're at work, you might have a playlist. You watch Dark Shadows? Oh, I mean, come on. Dark Shadows. I don't even need to look that one up. I mean, if you would have said Peaky Blinder or something like that, but Dark Shadows, pretty much in the description is probably not something that's going to be spiritually edifying, A lot of rap music. You listen to rap music? Yeah. Who's your favorite performer? Who's your favorite singer? Who's your favorite rapper? And we can just dip right into their life real quick because whatever they're talking about is whatever they're doing. Just pick one. Your favorite rapper. Someone we know that you're going to listen to 3 times a day. 3 times. And as soon as they come through your radio, I know it. I know I'm right. As soon as that person starts talking and coming through your radio, they are chanting. You like Afro beats? Afro beats is cool. Yeah. But some of these rappers, some of these singers, if you're listening to, Daddy Don't Know, Mommy's Getting Hot, you better cut that off. Sam Smith made it very, very clear who he represents. Don't ever listen to anything. Don't ever listen to anything that he says. Ever. Don't ever let him on your radio. Don't watch his videos. Don't nothing. Because those spirits are traveling on his frequency. And when his frequency enters your house, those spirits ride on the same wave and come right into your house. And they stay there until you kick them out. And you know that they're there because the song is in your head. Constantly. I don't mean it just comes up every now and then. I mean you constantly hear that song. You're constantly singing that same stupid song. Why? Because someone is talking to you. Kid you not, that's how they work. How you turn them off and say, I don't want to hear that. Away from me, in the name of Jesus. Be gone, foul spirit. You'll stop hearing it. And then it'll click. Well, shoot, wherever there's a voice, there's a body. We have no idea what this thing looks like. But we know it is. They are there. They are more alive than you are. And they've been alive a lot longer than you and will be alive a lot longer than you. You will be dead and gone. These things will still be here. They have mastered this game. I'm telling you, you got some right now. You just don't know it. But how you find out is you start cleaning house. You can tell by your habits. Any bad habit that you have is a spirit. I got a bad habit of eating too much cheesecake. That's a spirit. I got a bad habit of yelling at my kids. Spirit. I got a bad habit of looking at, the neighbor's daughter. Spirit. It's a very strong spirit. Very, very strong spirit. And a lot of people, men and women, have fallen into that one. If you haven't noticed, most of the school teachers who are knocking out teenagers are all females. They love to, guys are pervs. No, let's look at our school system because the women are doing a disservice to their species. They're going at it in the craziest ways. So yeah, teenagers are, they're sought after. And a lot of them are unaware of how much attention is on them. Because okay, so I'm not saying that there's some man or woman walking around and looking at, Brenda, who's all of, I don't know, whatever age, still in high school, just do it like that. But the shows she watched that are catered to her, they're watching her as she's watching them. Little teenage girls, just girls, but especially teenage girls, are being marketed to more than anyone else. Anyone else. Because a lot of households that have teenage girls in them will have, particular products that are not necessarily necessary, but there's so much money behind these products that if they can get just a few of them into that household, this girl becomes a major consumer of these products. Clothing. She doesn't have to wear Oshkosh or, whatever the newest brand is out there. But if they can get, those jeans or those blouses in her house and have something written on them and, all this other goofy kind of stuff, they can just, weasel their way into the rest of her life. And now she's wearing makeup. I mean, she's a natural beauty, but she's wearing makeup. She thinks she needs to be more beautiful. Now she's spending more time in the mirror, and first she had on just, a little eyeshadow, she was cool with that. Mom didn't say anything. Mom was like, okay. Now she's got on two different kinds of eyeshadow. Mom's like, yeah, okay. Now she's got on eyeshadow and eyelashes. Now mom is like, what are we doing here? And dad isn't really in position now to say, hey, stop that now. Not like dads used to be. He goes to the mom and consults the mother. And, the little girl says how she feels about it. And when they think that she is trying to quell a complex, then they're like, we're going to let her do that. Now she's got on eyelashes. She's got on a little, whatever outfit. She's feeling whatever about herself. No, am I right? See, everything isn't pervy. It's the marketable things. It's how they're marketed to. Not every girl is walking outside and getting snatched. No, it's the TV, it's the iPad, it's the iPhone, it's these things that she's being marketed to her, and they're going right past you, and it just to not be used to not. This is true. Well, it doesn't happen to the young man as much as the young women. If you can get the girl at 12 years old and you can market to that girl, she's yours until she dies. That girl is a consumer of your product until she's gone. And her children carry on what she's done. And now that you've taken the man out of the picture, because the man can't say but so much, because things go awry now. The wife's upset, things go awry with her, it's all he loses, and the man loses everything, including his daughter. So he keeps his mouth shut just so he can still be around this kid. Because once he's completely out of the picture, it's no holds barred. Now you're looking at something that's a lot worse. So, but she's 12. She's watching whatever 12-year-olds watch. And now the cartoons have changed. They're different. The information being disseminated to them is different. Now, I watched an episode of House where the little girl was in the hospital. She was 12 years old. She was married to a 50-year-old. She was in there getting a vasectomy because she was married to a 50-year-old. This is an episode of House. I watched another episode of House where a girl was somewhere around the same age, and the mother thought something was wrong with her. It turns out the girl was masturbating. This is an episode of House. these girls were 12. Now your little girl wants to know what's a vasectomy. You see what I mean? Now she wants to know what's masturbation. This is an episode of House, supposedly a family show. You see how quickly it went from a quick-witted doctor to now my little girl is trying to figure out what her body is doing. Now she's asking her mother certain questions. Now she's doing things in secret. Now she's not telling you that she's looking up. I had a mother tell me that her little girl, who was 12, she caught her reading a book on how to give head. If I'm lying or flying. It's what this mother told me. She's like, my little girl, she wants to know how to give head. She's 12. No dad around. No males around that are, she had an older brother. He's like, 2 years older than her. But I'll read your comments in a minute. But you see what I'm saying? So it's easy to push into these houses and grab the teenage girl and market to her. And it could be just the phone that's marketing to her. You don't even know it. She's in her room by herself. And she's on there scrolling through TikToks, looking at TikTok dances. She scrolls right up to Kim Kardashian's daughter's TikTok and stops. And she's watching Kim Kardashian's daughter dance. And what does she see? She sees Kim Kardashian's daughter dressed for Halloween. And she's dressed like who? Ice Spice. Hashtag Ice Spice. She clicks on the hashtag to figure out who Ice Spice is. Ice Spice sounds like fun. Click. Turns around, a grown-ass woman, scantily dressed, shaking her ass in front of everybody. And everybody loves it. What does the little girl learn? If I shake my ass, everybody will love it. You can stop me when I'm wrong. This is why Kanye was like, I don't want my daughter on TikTok. It's too late. Okay. The example, BBWs were not marketable from the 50s. Yeah, this is true. Early 2000s. Now, thick and BBWs. Yeah, this is true. And the thing about BBWs is, of course, it came from, Brazil. It's a way of life in Brazil to have a big posterior, in a great shape. And another thing about the BBWs is the women in Brazil don't only have, the bundas, as they say. They also have small waists. You're not looking at a bunch of women who sit around and do nothing. Their culture is not like ours. They're up, they're doing things. Their metabolism is a lot higher than ours. These are active, they have great shapes. And the Brazilian butt lift was not a bunch of Brazilian women being injected. It was their exercise and their African features that people wanted so bad. That's what happened. Yeah, they were exercising. Tell me I'm wrong. For one, there's a bunch of slaves came to, landed in Brazil. And so they already had African features. But they do stuff to make their butts that big. And they called it Brazilian butt lift not because they were getting injected. It's because other women wanted to get injected to look like them. That's what happened. It was like, I want to look like that. How do I do it? The doctor said, well, I can give you a butt lift and you'll look like a Brazilian. You'll look like a Brazilian. Some of them squat. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, but here's the thing, Hardaway. Here's the thing. I like it. I like a strong woman. Just not that strong, but I like a fit woman, who's out there doing her thing. I like it. My brother goes in and out of Brazil a lot. Those women are ridiculous. They're ridiculous. He older than me. He down there having a good time. I'm like, bro, the internet is raising kids. This is true. Yeah, those women look great. And men are attracted to a great Bundes. It's like, why? Because, listen, it's not even so much cultural. It's natural for African men to be attracted to a thick woman because it tells us that you will have strong children. This is where twerking comes from, except we've taken it and just over-sexualized it. If you go and look at African tribes, the mothers teach their daughters how to, move in a sexual way and practice having sex with their clothes on and do sexual movements and all that stuff to attract a male. And oftentimes the male is a lot older than them. But the male marries them. He takes the girl. Is she of age? Yes, she's of age. He takes her. And her father pays him. It's a dowry. So the father pays him, takes the girl. Then if she's of age, he marries the girl. Nah, I'm not moving in, but I will visit. He marries the girl, but he already has 6, 7 other wives from his age on down, and he's got children with all of them. And he mates with her. She has a baby, and the beat goes on. We've taken everything that is cultural, and like having one wife is ridiculous. Well, excuse me, let me not say ridiculous. It's necessary for some people. But there's no way every woman in America is going to get married. You can take every high school chick. You can take every college girl who is just, in college having a great time. Eventually, they'll want to settle down and have kids. I'm sorry. Maggie, Susan, Brenda, Jessica, Mabel, Sharika, Thomasina, Alicia, and all of your classmates, none of you are going to be married. None. You will all be single. You will not have, and listen, and you can say, and a third of you will not have children. So that's the end of today's lessons. You guys have a great day. Now, I don't do the thing with white women. They're cool, but I don't do the thing with them. Nah. I like African women. Well, I like dark-skinned women. Now, as far as a white woman is concerned, I can't see myself ending up with one, but it's just not what I want to do. I would rather have a Jew like me, dark-skinned Jew like me. But brown skin, light skin too, So yeah, you have thousands of women who can forget about being married. and want to be married. And then you can take like a third of them and say, none of you will ever have a child. You're not going to have one. None of you. Not going to have a child. You look at them right in their face. You're not going to have a child. You will not be married. You take a room of 30 people and just cut it in half and say, no children and no marriage. Sorry. It is the truth. Listen, the time that you can have a baby is in between 12 years old, in some cases younger, but we'll take 12 years old and 30, where you can have a baby that the baby's okay, you're okay, you guys will be okay. Before geriatric pregnancy kicks in. After 30, geriatric pregnancy, which means it's going to be harder for you and the baby to survive. Can you do it? Absolutely. Some women are having babies at 50, but it is a risk. Not going to bring home an Asian, homie. She better. Nah, I'm not doing that. Not going to bring home an Asian. But that's it. 12 and 30. When you get above 30, you're taking a huge risk. It can happen, but there's a risk. The statistics plummet at 30. Plummet. They dive deep at 30. And at 40, it's almost non-existent. Almost. There's still some trickles in there, but having a baby. So our society says, yeah. But these statistics of it happening, like how many people do you know had a baby at 40? Yeah, for women. How many, now for men, we can have a baby into our 60s. How many women do you know had a baby at 40? We can actually look that up. That information you can look up because the child is registered. These are documented children. There's a bunch of children being born that are undocumented. So you got 12 to 30 before you go into geriatric pregnancy. But society says, no 12s, so we'll move that number up to 18. Because you're an adult, even though people still go, you're messing with an 18-year-old. Even if the guy's 25, ooh, you're messing with 18 years. She's 18. She's an adult. She can vote. He's 25. She's 18. Like, what are we talking about here? More women are having babies older now more than ever. You have to show me the numbers on that. Well, you're from Haiti, so yeah. Yeah. So, but nonetheless, listen, those are one-offs. It doesn't mean that geriatric pregnancy is still not a thing. You start losing once you hit 30, your eggs are in decline. Okay, let's do it like that. Is it possible to have a baby? Yes. But your eggs are in decline, is what I'm saying. You can't always rely on analysis. Yes, you can. Yeah. Yes, you can. You can rely on analysis and statistics because that's why they're there. You was born in Hollywood. Listen, let me explain this to you, Natalie. Let me explain this to you. Data and statistics, especially when it comes to something like marriage. Like we know when somebody gets married, they have a marriage license. We know when somebody registers their car, they have a license. You know what I'm saying? We know this. We can go on and look at information. You can tell when somebody has a documented child, we can look and see through all kind of healthcare channels that there was a child born at this time in this hospital in this city, county, state, so on and so forth. A lot of those numbers are manipulated. The fact is, here's the fact though. Here's the facts about that. You can say those numbers are manipulated, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. But even manipulated, those numbers still say the same thing medically. Women are in higher risk of pregnancy and are less likely to have a child after the age of 30. It doesn't go up when you hit 30. It's not like there is a, incline of women having, and it totally, you know, is contrary to women at 21. They're like women at 21 are having less and less babies, and they're less and less, they have less and less eggs. No, if you have women at 30 having more and more babies, it doesn't mean that there's more and more eggs. The women at 21 had more eggs to be fertilized than women at 30. That's my point. So the possibilities of women at 21 that can have children, it's higher and it's healthier than women at the age of 30. That's what I'm saying. That those numbers don't lie. That is a natural fact. Regardless of who's manipulating numbers, it is a fact. Geriatric pregnancy at the age of 30 starts kicking in, 30 to 34. That is a fact. Women have less eggs at 30 than they do at 21. That's a fact. Now, if there is a sudden incline in women having babies at the age of 30, it is not going to overshadow the incline of women having babies at the age of 21. Yeah, but it's still not going to, no, it's the same thing. There is no country that women at the age of 40 are having more babies than the age of 21 without something unnatural. Something unnatural would have to happen for that to be topsy-turvy. It's not possible unless something is intervening with that process. It's not natural. It's not even any statistic you want to look at any given time that we have. You can go back to 1965 and look at the birth rate and say, what is the average age of these women? And you will always see the ones closer to 21 are having more babies than the ones closer to 30. You can go, 2023, same thing. 2022, same thing. There are less babies being born by women 30 and over than there are women who are 21 and over. My uncle is still sticking to his wife was 45, he was 66, and they had a baby once again. Statistically, yeah, that's good for them. I'm happy for him. I know a guy, he's in his 50s, he just had a child. I know another guy is 60, he had a child. So, yeah, it's possible, but it's still, they're just not beating out the younger generation. So, yeah, big ups to the Army. So when you have, and let's say, like I said, females are able to have children at 12, but our society says, hey, start having these babies at when you're adult, which is fine. So that's 18. Now if you look at 18 to 30 before you get into geriatric pregnancy, I mean that's 20 years, 22 years. And now that women are more career oriented, they're not trying to squeeze out, some babies at 18. Heck no. I'm gonna go out and get this job and get this money. You know what I mean? You told him about me. He loves my channel. That's what's up. I appreciate that. He said you were spitting facts. Oh yeah, man. I spit them facts about that Army life, bro. But so you got career-minded females, more career-minded females now than ever before. So 18, you're not having a lot of people you know, who are like, yeah, I'm gonna have a baby at 18. So they're gonna move that up, and they don't graduate until 21, 22 years old. And then, especially if it becomes an African American, then they start getting into the career, and after that, they look for a mate. So around 27 years old is when it hits her and says, I want a mate and I want to be married and have. But now she's got 3 years to geriatric pregnancy. 3. She's got 3. She started off with 20. Now she's got 3 to have to find a man and then have a baby in the safety zone. Now, this is usually, African American women. Now, if we want to talk about women from India or China or Spain, those are all different. J.Lo Haley, he said, you respect. Yeah, those are all different. I mean, it's just different nationalities. It's different. One young lady, she was saying, look, if you're looking for a woman who's Middle Eastern, she's going to be a virgin. She's not going to have, a bunch of guys that ran up in her because it's looked down upon. Where I'm from in Israelite. No, you're not. She's like, no, you're not going to have that. We're not doing that. Look, it's not only looked down upon and frowned upon, it's dangerous for them. There were 2 young ladies who were from the Middle East who came over here, and they lived in America for a very short while, and they got liberated. They were walking around in bikinis, and they said, hey, we couldn't do this in our country. Well, they were still from that country, and they returned to that country full of the white woman's liberational ideas, and they decided to go to the beach, take their clothes off, and lay there in a bikini. Well, some of the men, came up, and saw them and took those girls and beheaded them and left them on the beach without their heads attached. They did that as an example. You will not do this in this country. It's the last you heard of that. So yeah, it's frowned upon in a big way over there. That really did happen. You cannot go to a Middle Eastern country and wear a bikini. You cannot do it. You will lose your head. And they cut their heads off with swords. There was not one thing those girls could do. They couldn't run. They couldn't apologize, because once they were seen by all the men, they were. You can't go back to society, and you can't. They couldn't go get their fathers. Their fathers would shun them. Their brothers would listen. Listen, in that country, if these women do something out of line like that, their fathers and their brothers will beat them because you're shaming the family. So those 2 girls, there was nothing. They should have just jumped in the water and swam out to sea and called it a night. They should have just done that. Like, nope, we see y'all. I'm swimming back to America. Because I already know what you're going. With swords in hand, I already know what it is. They can't run because everybody knows your name. They wasn't going anywhere. They rolled up on them and cut their heads off. So it's different. An American woman is different. And our ideas are dangerous. As for men, we can't go to these countries and say some of these things. Look at Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart said the Egyptians were black. Kevin Hart had a tour in Egypt scheduled. You know what they said? We're going to cancel your tour. They canceled his tour immediately because he said Egyptians were black. Immediately. Now imagine if he said it over there. Who's going to help you? Your homeboys from whatever street you're from, y'all will all end up dead. You won't make it back. You you're not gonna make, you're not playing with none of those people. None of them. You're not gonna make it back. So yeah, I mean, you got to be careful. Got to be careful when you're, especially females. Females got to be careful because the body is sacred, and just because we don't hold up the body being sacred here in America, because we're doing a bunch of evil things. He was right though, but they don't want to hear it. The body is sacred. When you go to a Middle Eastern country, you listen. They don't, even if your hijab is jiggling too much in the back, they don't like that. They do not like it. You'll get attacked in the open. Those boys aren't running around sleeping with everybody. They're not. They had, some women who were saying, this one woman had, she was doing a YouTube video and she was talking about how all the men that were standing around her are all lusting in her, and they would just stand there looking at her. Like one wrong move and she would have been on the news. She knew it. One nipple slip and that's your ass. That would have been it for her. They were just waiting on her to do something. They will beat you. I've seen them beat their women in the streets, kicking their ass. I mean, if you don't want to play those games. Yeah, I do touch on a lot of stuff. Well, I've seen a lot, and plus your time is different from mine, so I can sit up here and, watch some stuff and then go downstairs and work on my little, my appliances and come back up here and chill and, and my degree has something to do with that too. When I was studying for healthcare, I wasn't really interested in, ICD-10 codes and HICFAs and, stuff like that. I was interested in fraud. I was interested in, third, fourth world countries. I was interested in stuff like that. As far as I was interested in healthcare networks and PPOs and HMOs and things along that. Like, how's this whole thing spread out? And Medicaid, Medicare, how the government, works, and and payouts and stuff like that. So it's just a different thing for me. Martial arts. I saw you with a Muay Thai kick. Hey, I know you clowned me hard away, but before I got this trick knee, okay, before this knee could tell you when it was going to rain on Sunday at 3:00 next week. All right, I was something out here. Okay, hard away. Okay, the old man had a little, all right. You gonna leave me alone, Hardaway? The Muay Thai kick. Before I gained 70 pounds, okay, all right. I was a little light on the feet. I'm lying, I'm 280 now, and I'm slowed down a little bit, but I was light on the feet. I'm just letting you know. Sir, Mr. Sir. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But yeah, so yeah, the body is sacred. It still don't stop you from being horny, but the body's sacred. So that's the way the Muslim countries look at everything, and a woman can shame you real quick. She can say something to shame you really, 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 really fast. And this is one reason why they keep their women quiet over there. Now, some women go over there and want to protest, and ain't gonna help you. And I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of women, we're against the way you treat your women in the Middle East. Those women can't tell. Let me tell you something about the Middle East. They've been at war with each other and war with us for, a very, very long time. All right. And when it comes to war, we all know that the men fight the wars. Why? Because there are other men fighting against you. Listen, they have women who are fighters. There's no doubt about that. But when those women get caught, when those women get when there's no weapon in their hand, and their homeboys are not around, listen, it's not a good day for them. And some of them do not make it out of there. And it's not like they got shot. No, they got taken advantage. Everything went right back to prehistoric times. Everything goes right back to who's gonna stop me. When you no longer have your AK in your hand, you're out of bullets, and we, did all your homeboys in, and it's just you. No, guess what you're gonna be? you're going to be a factory. That's it. That's all. Keep your mouth shut, or you're gonna get your teeth knocked out. And if you don't believe any of this, look at what happens in these African countries. That's what they do. When they was going from village to village and knocking off all the men, they were taking the girls. Look at Haram and what they did when they had the whole bring back our girls thing. They went to a school full of girls. They took the girls. And when they found him, when some of them were let free, they were what? Pregnant. Those girls were pregnant. They didn't take them and kill them. They took them and impregnated them to make more of them. It all went right back to the basics. All this, don't look at me, and a guy looked at me when I was in the gym, and all that. No, when it comes to wartime, all of that mess, all of that trash and going through courts and taking away a man's child and everything he has, when it comes to wartime, those females will fold, because the people coming in to take whatever, you are part of what's going to get taken. And you're not going to have a choice. You're not going to have a say-so. You don't have an opinion. You're going to be missing an eye and some teeth if you have an opinion. And they're going to be taken out with the back of an AK-47. Right to the face. Bang! They've done it to American women when they got caught. Trust me, it is not a good deal. And that stuff goes on right now. It's going on right now in Russia when Russia invaded the Ukraine. They caught up to one of those girls, 16 years old. They left her right in the field, dead. What do you think they did to her before they left her dead? They took advantage of her, and she didn't have the Women's Liberated Front didn't come out of nowhere and says, no, you can't do that. No, she'd had nothing. There was nothing she could do. Those soldiers did what they wanted to, when they wanted to, as long as they wanted to, and then they offed her and left her right there. This is why I'm telling you, listen, some of you women, you have no idea when you step out of America how dangerous it is for you. You have no idea. You talk all of this trash until you're in the back alley in Brazil somewhere surrounded. Listen, some of those females who go to Jamaica, oh yeah, they prey on you. They wait for that ship to come in. Because I know a girl who almost got her ass caught up. She was like, they wanted me to come in an alley. And I looked and saw them, and they were standing in the alley, and I turned around and got the hell out of it. I said, yeah, you wanted to go to Jamaica and have the whole experience. Yeah, okay. You go over there and won't come back. This is what's happening in the majority of the world. The Western world lives under this bubble where they can talk about femininity and how powerful a woman is. You're not. You're only as powerful as America allows you to be. Because when you leave here, you are not powerful at all. You don't have a voice in the Middle East. You don't have a what voice is in the middle? You can't go to Africa and oh, I have this powerful voice. I'm gonna you don't. You're not going to China and you have a voice. Where? 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 Explain it to me. Explain. Break your voice down. Even Japan, you better be careful what you say. They got terms over there for women who hit the age of 30 and nobody wants them. They call them the orange that doesn't get picked. They throw when they call them thrown away women. They discard you. They don't listen to you. Act up and get loud in the middle of the street like women do here with your husband. You know what's gonna happen? You think you're gonna call the police? No, your husband's gonna knock the crap out of you, grab you by your hair, and drag you across the street, and the police are gonna watch. They're gonna tell you, get her out of the street. And they're gonna say, traffic, let's go. They care about the traffic, they don't care about the woman. You do not have a voice in some of these countries. There is a protocol, there is a way things are, and that's it. And if you come back here and you get Americanized and you go back there, you're not going to be alive. I had a woman I used to date. She called me crying one day. I was like, what's wrong? She says, my dad's going to kill my mother. You know where she is from? Nigeria. Because her mother, who's a very smart woman, wanted to decide to go out and, I don't know, she was liberating something. She was speaking against something. And I don't really have a problem with that. But when you have old ways and traditional ways, hey, listen, I'm not saying you're wrong, young lady. I'm saying that these ways still exist. And now you're looking at being in big trouble if you're not careful. And listen, there was a young lady who, she had some guy friends and they all went to the club. And this is in Nigeria, I believe. And they all went to the club, right? When they went to the club, she had, she was with her boyfriend and two of his friends. They were kicking it. And this police officer saw her. And, he wanted the cookies. He was, I want to get with you. She was like, nope, I'm good. I'm with my boyfriend. The officer looked at her and he looked at all three of them. He said, okay, fine. Okay, fine. They left the club. He followed them. He called his police friends and they set up a barricade. When they got to the barricade, they ordered all of them out of the car and they killed them all. Just like that. They killed all of them. Now, when the government officials found out about them, two of the men were hung, but that police officer got a promotion. That really did happen. You got a voice, but you got to be careful. Those girls who went to the Middle East and decided to dress in a bikini, they were asking for it. They were asking for it. Am I saying that they're wrong? Yes, 100%. But they were asking for the worst. Where was this? I think that was also in Nigeria, but I found that on YouTube, that story on YouTube. You have a voice, but you got to be careful. You women, like the stuff you do here in America, slapping your man, take him to court, then go get gangbanged by a bunch of teenagers, take his house, take his children, then have his children getting gangbanged by. Yeah, y'all do that here. Y'all do that here. Try that somewhere else. You'll be in the middle of the road stinking. And nobody will care. They'll drive right around you. right around you, just right around you. Nobody will care because they know what you did. They know that you took that man's house, you took that man's children, you had his children getting banged out, you took his money, show up in another country, and they know that you did it. And that's the thing about social media. A lot of these women on here bragging about this. Women are setting men up too. You women are like, you men hate us. It's like, they don't hate you. We hate your counterparts and what they're doing. And if you don't get a hold of them, we think all of you are the same. All of you look alike. You're all black people. You all look alike. That's what's happening because it's happening so much that we don't know who's who. We don't know who the good cop is, who the bad cop is. But what you don't understand that you can travel outside of America and get done in by what you did here because it's all on social media. That's what you don't understand. Now, if you look at the Shanquella Robinson, no, I'm not a part of the manosphere. I'm my own. I don't make any money off of talk. I've been talking for 2 hours. How much money have I made? You see any money up there? Manosphere guys make money. Manosphere guys take other people's videos and then talk over those videos. They'll take a woman's face, to use the woman's face, and put on the title whatever she's going to talk about. Then they'll tie a bunch of other videos together by some little excerpt in between, and then they'll collect money. I don't do that. I make more money walking out in the parking lot and picking up pennies than I do on YouTube. I do about $120 a year on YouTube. If I was in a manosphere, I'd be doing that a day. I don't make any money off of this. I talk about it because it's important, because I'm warning people, especially women. You're not tough. You can be as strong as you want to. You can be Oprah Winfrey strong. You can be physically strong. You're still a woman. You can be stronger than most men. There are some women who are just, we're still a woman. And they can kick. Look, most of us ain't fighting Ronda Rousey or her mother. No. None of Ronda Rousey's mom, an expert in judoka. Nah. I don't want no part of Ronda Rousey. None. None whatsoever. I don't want none of that. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. That's a strong one, but that's a woman. That's a woman. She's, happily married too. But I'm saying it's still a woman. Like if you put her on the battlefield, with her expertise, put her on the battlefield, give her, a full metal jacket, and tell her to get out there. If she gets caught in the trenches, she's going to live for a short while. She's going to live a lot longer than I would because I have no need. I'm more dangerous than she is in a man's eyes. He sees a woman, he's not going to be so quick to shoot her. He's going to shoot me quick. He's going to look at her and be like, we got other plans for you. She's not going to have a choice. She's either going to drop her weapon or she's going to get shot in the face. What do you think she's going to do? She's going to drop her weapon. That's just the fact. She's still a woman. I don't care if you power lift, you're still a woman. And it's just different from you. It's different for you than it is for a man. The way we hunt, the way we fight, when we go into fight mode, it is different for us. I explained this before. When men fight, we fight so the fighter can no longer fight anymore. When women fight, even if they're, a trained fighter, they nullify the fighter, but not like we do. We nullify the fighter out of the possibility that they can get up and strike us again and bring harm to us again. We make sure that they know that this is a bad idea if you ever try this again. And listen, if some people wouldn't pull us off our opponent, they would die. That's really what our aim is. Men's aim is to fight to kill the opponent. That's the way it was. Genghis Khan didn't fight you and say, hey, I want you to, rise up again. No, he didn't. He would warn you that if you don't, fit my demands, then I'm going to come and I'm going to kill everything, including your animals. And that's what he would do. And before he died, he ordered his sons to go to China and kill the emperor. He wanted to wipe them out. It's just different from when we compete and when women compete. Our instinct is to kill, completely nullify. Theirs is not so much. Theirs to beat you, but they'll beat you and then they'll talk to you. And blah 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 blah. We ain't got So when you're dealing with that type of anger that's in us, this is in us. I don't care if you're a husband. I don't care if you're a preacher. It's in us. If it comes to fight or flight mode and your kids are in danger, all of that bull is going out the window. You're going to try to take that person out. Women don't really have that instinct naturally. They have a nurturing instinct. They don't really have the instinct to kill naturally. It has to be forced into them. Us, we have it. We have the instinct to kill you. That's why there's more men in jail for murder. And a lot of times it's accidental. It's accidental. They didn't mean to do it. Yeah, we're humans. A lot of times, the guys are in there for second degree instead of first degree. You know what I'm saying? Premeditated murders, first degree. Most of the time, we're in there for second degree. It could be, just anything, but it's second degree murder. Some of us are. Some of us have a mutation. It's a whole nother subject, but yes, some humans do have mutations. As a matter of fact, there are going to be more mutations going to show up in humans pretty soon. Because of the harder life gets, the more our genetics change. So, I wish. But if you notice that the babies that are born after the pandemic are different than the babies born before it. The babies that are born after the pandemic are able to hold their heads up out of the womb. They're able to hold their heads up. Why? Why is this child more cognizant? Why is this child stronger? Because of pressures of life. Life got harder. There's one woman who was, she was pregnant. So what she was doing was she was working out the whole time. Her baby came out with muscles. Baby came out swole, ready. You got 1-year-olds who are doing one-arm push-ups, 5-plate incline bench press without struggle at 35. Listen, there's no doubt that some of these children are going to be able to do that. That's me? Nah. I can't hit no 5 plates. Woo! Lord. Hey, but I'm getting close to 4 plates flat bench. Yeah, you know what? As a matter of fact, I think next week I'm going to try to flat bench 4 plates on the Smith machine. I'm going to go up there. I'm going to get a little spot, though. I already know it. I did it with 385. Yeah, so 95, 405, yeah. So I'll warm up at 315. Get that nice. Then I'm going to put them 50s on each side. I'm going to hit it. And if I can get it smooth like this, then I'm going to put on 4 plates. I'm going to get a spot. I'll be like, yo, I think I got him at one time for your mind. Yeah. Okay. Dude. I got it. Hardaway. I got it. Oh, okay. Oh, Hardaway. And then yeah, hit that 140. Hey, we don't have 140 dumbbells. I need a new gym. I need a new gym for 140 dumbbells. Because my shoulders are getting strong. I'm getting bigger. My shoulders are getting bigger. That's them 120s. Now I'm just going to do sets of 120, like a couple sets of those. Might even do sets of 100, but yeah. Man, I wish we had 140 dumbbells. I'd be on it. But now it'd be, they're harder to pick up by myself. Need somebody to hand them to me. It's guys that work out for years that try to bench that kind of strength. He stepped right in the gym off of a break. I mean, yeah, I go to the gym. I don't go to the gym that often. Then, like, if I went to the gym every day, like you, I'd probably bench about 450 right now. I just don't care to. Because I be tired, and I gotta sling washing machines, man. I move them around all the time. I be tired. Gotta pick them up. Gotta pick them right up off the. I be tired, bro. I be tired. I'm like, man, I ain't going to no gym. My customer saw me pick up that washing machine. She's like, you need some help? I was like, nah, I got it. She thought I was gonna tilt it. I just got right up under it and just, legs, back, boom. Hardaway, boom. Boom. I'm like, you squeeze me, lady. Let me just get on past you with that walking by. Hey. Boom, Hardaway. See, people lift because they want to. I lift because I have to. Washing machine. Boom. Boom. Old man strength. What? That's why I look at my washing machine. What? Get your act together. That's how you gotta do it, Hardaway. That's how you gotta do. I toss somebody like a washing machine too. Get a hold of one of them young bucks once I slow them down. But I got this bad knee. I can't get. Well, these young folks is fast, man. But if I get a hold of them, boom, boom, that's right. We got up to 200 dumbbells. Oh man, yeah, but I'm gonna tell you something about the dumbbells. I like picking up the dumbbells and doing the whole exercise. Now, I know eventually once I hit the 140s, you know what I mean? Like I like picking them up and then I, pick up 120, rest it, pick up 120, rest it. I like to pick them both up, walk them both over to the area because I get a little, something out of that. Boom. And then, I chill for a minute. Then I down, pick them up. I chill for a second. Then I, boom. Ah, boom. But here's the thing. I know that's going to be a big struggle when I hit 135, 140. Struggling with 5-plate deadlifts. I struggle with 4-plate deadlifts. I'm not a deadlift guy. Never had a strong back like that. You hit the deadlift for 4 plates and 25. Wait a minute. 25 times? Am I reading that right? Shoot, I ain't trying to keep up with you, bro. You in your 30s. I'm in my 50s. I'm 5 years, I'll be 60. Less than 5 years. I'll be 60 years old. And I'll be still deadlifting like, I bet I'll still be able to do 350, 360 deadlift, 25 pounds. Yeah. See, I'm more interested. I'm interested in more than just being able to keep doing it. At like 70 years old, I want to be able to, bench press 225 10 times with ease. You know what I mean? This is why I'm not really interested in heading up too much past 405. 405 is just the goal just because, I want to say I was in the 405 club. I filmed it, kiss my grits if you don't think I could do it. I did it. But I've seen guys do 405 10 times. Cali Muscle in his 50. Yeah, Cali Muscle was on something though. What was he using? See, Cali Muscle, who was that other guy that almost died? Yeah, the 405 club. I remember I couldn't wait to get in the 315 club. Once I got in there, I was like, okay, I'm strong in my body. I'm above average. Yeah. See, I don't use no steroids. You know what I use? This one I use right here. Food. That's it. I don't use them. That's why I'm more tired than they are. Yeah, CT Fletcher. CT Fletcher admitted to using steroids. My arms ain't huge. I'm not doing that. Those guys look messed up after a while. I'm not doing that, man. I'm not. Those guys are all jacked up. You know what I mean? They're all hospitalized and about to die. CT Fletcher almost died. I'm not doing none of that. Listen, look, my little once or twice a week ain't gonna get it. I'm not doing it. And he was putting up 405 with ease. And his boy, the young dude, that dude was bench pressing 640. 640 smashing it. The one he called Hulk Smash. I was like, no, we not doing, boy. I just felt my balls falling off. 640. He don't play ball, no nothing. He's just walking around bench pressing 640 like, boo, 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 boo. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not carrying that around. 405 one ton. On the regular flat bench, free weights, that's what I'm working up to. Probably take me about another year to do it. I'm not. Nah, bro. Look at Ronnie Coleman. Look at these guys falling off. I tell you, is Jay Cutler, he's still big, isn't he? But these guys, their lives end so quick. No, it's not good for the body, man. These guys are huge, but I can't do it. I can't imagine. For one, I can't imagine lifting that much weight. Look at who's that young boy, the black dude, light skin. You know what I'm talking, Wheeler. Wheels. Larry Wheels. Yeah, Jay Cutler's going for Mr. Lynn. Look at Larry Wheels. Huge. But you saw what happened to his face? You see what happened to his face? His face, when he was taking steroids, he aged like 10 years. And then when he stopped taking it, his face went back. Yeah, but he was taking steroids. His face, his jaw started to grow out. His jaw was, I was like, look at this. It was completely putting him through a metamorphosis. His jaw was growing out. It was, oh my goodness. His skull looked like it started to flatten out because his head was getting big. Look at his damn head was growing. Oh, something, yo. Yeah, he's ridiculous. But still, if you're using that juice, what happens when it's over? I mean, Larry Wheels was putting 315 over his head. I can put 240 over my head on a Smith machine. I can do 215 free weights if I'm sitting down. Okay? If I'm sitting down, I can do 215. He was standing up and he hit 315. Yeah! I saw this kid in high school put up 405 over his head, military press, with no sweat. He was in high school. Like, 405. Dude! I was like, I ain't seen that type of strength since Brian Bosworth. Brian Bosworth was doing reps with 215 military press. Dush, 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 dush. Big Brian, dush, dush, Oklahoma, dush, dush, boom, boom. Until he came up against that boy. Big Brian Bosworth thought he was strong. They put him in there against Bo Jackson. He ran Brian Bosworth over. Please! He ran him over. Boz ain't had nothing to say either. Not one thing to say. Nothing to say, Boz. He was on that juice. Squatting 800. That's some Robert Platt's number. That's Platz's number. Platts was on the juice. Yeah, Bo Jackson. Platts is on the juice. You see how big his legs are? Platts. Like, nah, Platts, your legs. I'm telling you, once you start taking them steroids, your body swells up like a balloon, and all that muscle has to go somewhere. Like, these guys aren't going to win an MMA match. Let me explain. Let me explain something that happened. About 5 years ago, there was these two guys who got into a pissing contest outside a bar. You know, pretty much the one guy was an MMA fighter, the other one was a power lifter. The power lifter was much bigger. He was taller, big old bald head dude. And the MMA fighter was, maybe 5'8" or something, average height of a man. They got to talking stuff to each other and said one could beat the other in a fight. So what do guys do, especially in a fair combat state? You let them fight. Well, the fight just happened to be caught on film. And if you look it up, you can probably watch it. Big dude takes his shirt off, showing his muscles. Okay, we understand you're a power lifter. MMA fighter comes out and he's like, "You sure you want to do this?" The guy goes, "Yeah." Okay, MMA does his thing. He squares up against old dude, starts circling around, boom, boom, boom. He knows this guy is big and slow. He hit this dude with a spinning wheel kick to the face. It hit him so hard and so quick, old boy didn't have time to react. And when it hit him, it caught him square, knocked him out. He fell like this, bang! And that's where he died. Was it? He was dead. Dead. From a spinning heel kick. Boosh! See if I can find it. And okay, here it is, right here. No, we don't want to listen to you. This guy's not speaking in English. It's a guy who usurped it. This guy usurped. See if he can show it. Oh, see, I can't stand guys like this. Oh, what are you? Hold on, let me see something. Protein. Fights a power lifter. See if this guy's gonna run his mouth through the whole thing, or is he actually gonna show the fight? There it is. Boom, there it is. All right, well, this guy kind of usurped it, but we'll copy this link. He usurped. Put that there. He's a usurper. He usurped it. He usurped it. Spinning heel kick to the face. Dead. Dead. He was dead. Died on contact. Yeah, pow. Dead. He's push. Yeah. You see that? No competition. There's no competition. It's not even close. A trained fighter can end you. An old trained fighter, Boss Rutten, was going to get into it with Brian Urlacher in his prime. Brian Urlacher playing for Chicago. Boss Rutten accidentally stepped on Brian Urlacher's shoes in a bar. Brian was like, "You stepped on my shoes." Boss Rutten was like, "My bad, homie." He's like, "Nah. Want to do something about it." He's like, "You want to take it outside?" Boss Rutten laughed and said, "Yes." Well, Brian Urlacher's friends recognized Boss Rutten and was like, yo, homie. That's Boss Rutten, heavyweight champion, MMA. Yeah, this guy, let me tell you about this guy. This guy hit a man in his spleen so hard he ruptured it. Urlacher was like, "Yeah, my bad. It's just, I had a little too much. Jägermeister. Yeah, He's like, don't worry about it." Settled his ass down quick. Like, you do not want to go outside with Boss Rutten. You don't want to do it. Chuck Liddell got into a fight too, at a bar. And the announcer, Bruce Buffer, was with him. And there was a couple other guys out there. And Bruce Buffer said, "Listen, in a bar fight, you want to go with Chuck Liddell." He said, "I just started hanging behind him, watch him do his thing." He was knocking people out left and right. An old fighter will still beat the hell out of any normal person. They just know way too much. Way too much. Miesha Tate can come out of nowhere and kick ass. They know way, way, way too much. Nah, bro, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not competing now. I watch MMA. I don't do MMA. I'm not putting somebody into a anaconda choke with a slash. But now you have more and more people who are practicing MMA. There's competitions at every level now. There's competition where there's no striking. There's competitions where there's no rules and no time limit. Those Muay Thai guys got one of those competitions where they can actually use their head. So they'll headbutt each other. Want to talk about ending a fight quick? That's it. That person's not fighting you because their nose is probably broken. Somebody gets in your face talking mess, hit them with the top of your cranium. Crack! Right here on the bridge of their nose, they're going to fall. Their nose is going to bleed excessively. If the nose is bleeding, they can't see. That's the end of the fight. Walk away. That's it. There's just too many moves to disable somebody. But Boss Rutten is the king of dangerous. Boss Rutten is probably the most dangerous fighter I can think of. There's no one. There's no one more lethal than Boss Rutten because he enjoys doing that stuff to you. Not Nurmagomedov, not Rampage Jackson, There's no one person who is more dangerous than Boss Rutan. When it, oh, John Jones. Yeah, I would say John Jones is the most dangerous fighter on the planet. Yeah, yeah. But Boss Rutan is right there with him. Even today, Boss Rutan was hitting Shamrock with an open palm strike. He's the only person I've ever seen hit anyone with an open palm strike. And he was doing it to such efficiency where he didn't have to close his hands. This is how Boss Rutan would hit you. He was punching people with an open palm strike. You know how ridiculous that is? He's hitting you like this. Ah, ah, ah. Like, ah. You see in one of his bouts, he's kicking a dude, pounding it, and he hit this dude in the spleen so many times it ruptured it. Just this guy would get up, and then finally he couldn't get up no more. They had to take him straight to the hospital. Boss Rutan knew what he was doing. He's like, I'm gonna take your spleen out of the picture. That's what he did to this guy. This guy wouldn't give up, and Boss Rutan just tore him a new asshole. Nah, bro, I'm not doing it. If I get into an MMA fighter, I'm going to yield. I'm going to yield because they know how to break you, break everything on you. And the only thing you could do is if you're a good wrestler, you got to get them down and hold them down. Because if they hoist Gracie you, freaking Hoist Gracie was beating up bodybuilders. Guy challenged Hoist Gracie, and he was a bodybuilder because he just knew he was stronger than Hoist. He was. Man, Hoist started slapping this dude around, and he submitted him twice. The only person that was getting in the Gracie's ass was Sakuraba and the Huntington Beach Bad Boy. Both of those guys were beating up the Gracies because they were wrestlers. So they know how to nullify all those moves and ground and pound. But Sakuraba went through the whole Gracie tribe until he was about to be out of competition because he was old. Then one of the younger Gracies came and beat him just to say, I beat Sakuraba. It's just like, he's old now. He's not in his prime. He went right through the whole Gracie tribe. All of them. Hoist, Royce, whatever. He's like, bring it on. He beat all of them. All of that. And that's back when, the weight level was different. Pittsburgh. Come on. Okay. See, I was born in the city where things ain't pretty. I can't rap. My bad. I was about to rap. My bad. My bad. Was I about to go out? With your legs up. Different name up. I'm about to rap. My bad, Hardaway. I'm about to rap. I think Francis Ngannou. Look, man. Here's my thing about Francis. Here's my thing about Francis. He knew. He knew we were all waiting. He knew that. He knew John Jones was. John Jones announced he was coming back. John Jones got, he got his act together. He's like, I'm coming back. And I'm coming for you, Francis Ngannou. John Jones didn't have to go through the preliminaries. He didn't have to fight people who were, he's the champ. I'm the champ. I'm the champ. I'm coming because I'm the champ and, you're in my spot. So I'm going to beat you up. And Francis Ngannou left. And listen, the dude from France, Cyril, whatever his name is, he's a good fighter, but he was. You're not on John Jones' level. And John Jones explained that to, he explained it to him. He's like, listen, I see so many holes in your, your wrestling. He's like, yeah, you're good for the first couple rounds, but after that, you're supposed to be the fastest heavyweight. But, where's all that? Where was all that when Ngannou was leaning on you? He's like, you couldn't even get up. Yeah, he was like, where's all that at? When you were getting leaned on. When you were getting leaned on, what happened to all that? He said, listen, I'm a different fighter than Francis Ngannou. And John Jones was just telling him, I'm just going to beat you. John Jones' closest fight was the white dude. And was Reyes. Those two were his closest fight. In a Reyes fight, to me, John Jones lost. Reyes was kicking his ass. But John Jones had those takedowns. And that's what matters. You get big points for the takedowns. And that's how he won. Most people cannot take John Jones down. So when he gets you in a takedown, he scores, I don't know how many points it is, but those are big scores. Those are a lot higher. Those takedown scores are a lot higher than catching somebody with an elbow. That's why Reyes lost. Reyes was doing all this technical stuff and hitting John with all this other stuff. But it's like, once I take you down 2 or 3 times, now we're even. So you may hit me with an elbow or a spinning back fist. Okay, good job. But if I don't fall down from that, then once I get a hold of you, take you to the ground, guess what? We're caught up. We're all caught up. We're even. We're even now. That's how Reyes lost. And the white dude, Gustafsson was in that fight really, really well. But John Jones, what he did, there was some things that just made a highlight reel out of Gustafsson. Gustafsson had a good stay away tactic, but when he got close, that's when John ate him up. They're the same arm length. They're the same height. Gustafsson never leaned on one leg. John Jones likes to take your legs out of you, your dominant leg from you. So if you're standing there like Rampage Jackson did, Rampage Jackson's dominant right hand. So what happens? Your power leg is your left, is that you're going to stand on, is your left leg. John Jones just took that away from him. And once he took it away from him, Rampage lost all his power. He lost all his speed, all his acceleration. He couldn't, come at him with them hard punches as fast because he couldn't, spring back off of that leg and then, use that left leg. It was all over. It was just, there's nothing he could do. So Rampage stood still too much, but you really listen. And Rampage is a wrestler, but Rampage is a different kind of wrestler than John Jones. John Jones is a technical wrestler. Rampage is a junkyard dog wrestler. John Jones is an Olympic level wrestler. Olympic level. That's just a whole different kind of training that you don't forget. Do you see Goins versus James? Goins versus James? I don't believe I did. I'm not religious about watching, I don't follow these people, but I like to look at their different techniques, and their nemesis. Like I like the Garbrandt versus, the people he was going up against. Like even a flyweights, I don't care what weight it is. You got Silva, then Jones. Well, I think Silva embarrassed more people. What Silva did to Forrest Griffin. Forrest Griffin was a champion. Silva made him look like a rank amateur. The way he punched him and Silva fell down, and the way he punched him and Forrest fell down, it was comical. And then, Silva, the way he kicked, what's his dude in his face and knocked him out with that front kick, bam! Just knocked him out. I mean, Silva would go and get on the fence and let his opponent swing at him with his arms down. There's only one time Silva got caught with that, though. Silva was showboating and he got caught, and dude knocked his ass out. Just like MVP got caught. Jones keeps talking, keeps taking breaks because of legal trouble. Well, Jones is also, high a lot too. But the bounce back can't deny. Jones is the best fighter probably ever. Look. I mean, you could probably put people up there like Bruce Lochner or whatever his name is. You can put him up there, but then Alistair Overeem came along. And Alistair Overeem was a wrecking machine at one time. But his wrestling skills are not the best. So you got to look at who's the best striker. So you can go Silva's the best striker, but Silva isn't the best wrestler, even though he does have a submission in a triangle lock. So Silva does have submissions on the ground, but it's not his forte. But Silva doesn't have, his ground and pound looks nothing like John Jones does. McDonald. I don't know who McDonald is. You know what I'm saying? Chael Sonnen was a damn good fighter. Didn't have us well. He was a wrestler, but I mean, you just have some really good fighters, but John Jones, even though he's the dirtiest fighter, his length, I mean, his ability to calibrate when to hit you, to take away he takes away all your abilities and humiliates you. He picked Rampage Jackson up after the bell rang, just to let him know he could do it. Picked him up and raised him up over his head and crawled right up under him. And it's just he's just a hard guy to beat stylistic wise. Because on the ground he's gonna beat you and striking he's gonna beat you. And you don't know where you want to go. Listen, remember when he fought the Dragon? And the Dragon was like telling people, before he fought, he's like, my style is like impeccable and like nobody can beat my style, And then he got in there and he beat Rashad Evans. And he made Rashad Evans, he sent him to Shadowland. So he was like, yeah, nobody can beat, my style, but it's just like, you're not even at the top of the food chain to say that. You're not there to say that, but he said it, and John Jones put him in a standing guillotine. How often do you see that? A standing guillotine, and knocked him out to where the ref didn't even know he was gone. Listen, the only way they knew the Dragon was gone is because the people on the outside of the cage saw his arm drop. And they said, he's out. He's out. He's out. Like, get him off of him because he's going to kill him. And John, a standing guillotine. He was holding his whole weight up against the fence and holding him up. His whole body weight, dead weight, was just there. And John had him by his neck. He almost killed that man. He almost killed him right there and then, of course, on accident. But his whole body, if he would have snapped his neck, that would have been it. That's why a standing guillotine is dangerous. And he had his whole body pressed. He not only did he press him up like he was holding him up, he was pressing him against the fence, which made his neck even a more dangerous angle. He was just holding like, don't you ever say your style is impregnable. Standing, and then let him drop. He didn't even let him down easy. He just let him drop, turn around and walked away. Like, John Jones is a whole killer. He's a whole killer. Yeah, Chuck Liddell was Mike McDonald. I recognize the name, but I don't recognize Mike McDonald. Pride fighting, the real fights. That's the minute, John Jones. He's just a dangerous dude. Chuck Liddell got knocked out by Rashad Evans. Chuck Liddell he had a good straight right. He has a real good brawling type of style, a real straight right. And the thing that was keeping Chuck and got him to the championship was the same thing that hurt him. Chuck Liddell was not a wrestler, but he knew how to stop your takedown. For a long time, nobody could take him down. Well, that's also a problem when you're not used to being on your back because, most of the time fights end up on your back. So in MMA, if you're fighting all the time, you end up on your back. The thing that did Chucky in was speed. I mean, dude, even in his heyday when he was fighting Captain America and all them guys, Rampage and the Axe Murderer, stuff like that, Silva. Yeah, Chucky, he could hold a candle with them. But Rashad Evans was quicker than Chuck Liddell. And he's a damn good striker. And that's what got him. He beat him out of his own game. He just lined him up real nice. And it was who's faster than who. And Chuck Liddell did not have the speed as Rashad Evans did. And he connected, and that was it. That was it. And the Dragon was faster than Rashad Evans. That's just the way it is. When you're dealing with speed, somebody comes in faster than you. Look at Look at Vanderlei Silva. Vanderlei Silva kicked the crap out of Rampage Jackson. Well, the first time, you know. And Vanderlei Silva also went up against Knockout. This dude was a knockout king because he was so fast. Dude was from Brazil. I forgot what his name is. His son is a superstar now, football player. I forgot what his name is, but dude is lightning quick. And what did Silva do at the beginning of the fight? Silva came out, rocking and rolling like he usually do. Came out doing this. He got into a power stance and was getting ready to start throwing them bombs. And the announcer was saying, I don't know if Silva wants to do this against this particular opponent. And as he was saying that opponent took off towards Silva, closed the gap, and hit him like 20 times and knocked Silva out. He just obliterated the Axe Murderer. This is the Axe Murderer. This is the guy who was staring people down and beating them before the fight even started. He did like this to Rampage and said, hey, remember my knees. Like, this dude was wicked. And he just got obliterated because he completely underestimated this younger fighter. He underestimated his speed. And that guy took off, hit him so many times. Blah, 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 blah. Silva hit the fence and he just kept punching him on the way down with both hands. Blah, 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 blah. It is all over. It was over. It was over. It's over. You gotta watch. You gotta watch who you're up against. You gotta know your opponent because your opponent could be lightning quick. And if you don't have that type of speed or you don't have that type of knowledge to stop that kind of speed, you're going to be knocked out and people are going to be laughing at you. Because there's some people who are just, they're way too. I was watching this street brawl. Well, it wasn't on the street. These two guys, and one guy is older, and his 40s, fat. And the other guy was a kid. He was 20. The older dude was selling wolf tickets like he knew what he was doing. He was getting in the young dude's face, and the young skinny dude was backing off of him. Well, as soon as everybody got around and started saying, go ahead and beat this guy's ass. That fat dude should have went in the house and sat down and ate a pork chop. Because when that kid, when his muscles, his fast twitch muscles kicked into fight mode, that little skinny dude was hitting this guy so fast he couldn't get his arms up to defend him. He was cracking him at will. Pow! Pow! And dude, after he got hit so many times in the face, he was like, oh, okay, I'm going to go in the house. Dude was hitting him on the way in the house. Pow! And talking to him. Like, he got beat like a little hoe in front of his woman in the whole neighborhood. After he was talking all that smack. Like, I would never talk smack to these young dudes. Because I know they're out there doing a lot more, speed work than I am. Just their lives. I'm slower now. My T level is, I don't really have the need to have fast twitch muscles as much anymore. You know what I mean? I don't have a need for it. When I was 25, yeah, I had a need for it. I don't really have a need for it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I used to be able to punch so fast, my arms would blur. It would just look like a blur. I can't do that. I'm tired. I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the energy. These kids can do that in a whim. I'm not going to stand toe-to-toe with them. I would use the first line of defense, which is the art of negotiation. And the whole time I'd be looking for an exit. But if I can't go, like, I'm not going to sell wolf tickets to this kid. No, you're 21. I know you're faster than me. No, I know what's going to happen. You're going to hit me more times than what I want to be hit. And if I don't feel like being hit, look, it's just, my bad, dude. Here, you want a Coca-Cola or something? Here's a ham sandwich. Leave me alone. I I don't have the speed. The one thing I have over them is I mean, in CQB I might be able to survive, but other than that, nah. I don't contradict myself. Yeah, 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 but you gotta understand when it comes to fighting younger people, you understand. Okay, I'm in my 50s. I wake up in pain every day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I'm 55 years old. I'm not delusional. You know what I'm saying? I'm not delusional to think that I can roll with a 25-year-old and my chances of winning are great. Now, have I confronted somebody like that? Yeah, because he was in the middle of the road. And I was like, get out the middle of the road. And I told him and his friend I'm gonna beat them both up. Now, did I think that I was gonna take some punches to the face? Absolutely. The last time I got into a fight, I got punched in the face and didn't even see it coming. But did I want to fight both of these two guys? Yeah, until they pulled a knife on me. Hell, I would have fought all three of them. Happily. Happily. Happily, yeah, let's go. Because I know you got to come in here with it. But I mean, you gotta understand this. I know I don't have the speed to catch these guys. For one, I'm used to, I've been hit before, so it's like, okay, I can take a hit. All right, I don't have the speed to, I'm not gonna catch these guys on speed. I'm gonna catch them on a mistake. That's really what the game is when you're at my age. Yeah, I was, and they knew it, so they pulled a gun on me. These are two different situations. The white dudes pulled a knife on me. The black dudes pulled a gun on me. I told them I didn't care about the gun. Get out the street. Yeah, but like I said, I'm not delusional. It takes me a few minutes to get off the ground. I'm not trying to get down there. I'm not. I'm overweight. You know what I'm saying? I'm 280 pounds. I'm supposed to be like 225. I'd love to be 225 again. It's hard. I don't burn fat like I used to. I'm not burning fat like I used to. Not even close. Not even close. And I'm not going to start taking these fat burning pills and nah, because that stuff will come back on you. I hit the bag, but when I hit the bag and then watch one of these 20-year-old hit the bag, it's a huge difference. I go up there and I'm poof, 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 poof. They go up there, spin. I'm like, gee, I'm tired just looking at them. I can't. I'm all flat footed. They're all on their toes. No, 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 I don't want. No, if this kid kicks me, I'm gonna grab that leg, man. I'm gonna break that. No, because if you kick me one time too many, that's it for me. Shh. Bro, like I said, I'm not delusional. I know what speed looks like, and speed kills. I know how dangerous it is. I'm more like a tank now. You know what I'm saying? And the more I mess around with these appliances, and the stronger I'm getting. But I'm not getting faster. I'm just getting more solid. Like, see, when you go to the gym and lift weights, you're doing a lot of linear things. You're doing like this. It's linear. It's this, this. But it's not necessarily working all of your muscles. You're just working all your major muscles. You want to start working all your muscles, pick something up off the ground and walk around with it. Twist. It's different. That's everything. not just, deadlift up and is that. Nah, pick something off the ground, walk somewhere, put it somewhere, pick something else up, you know, walk and then like that. Yeah, that's different. It builds different muscles. You know what I'm saying? You're farmers carry all that. It just builds. I mean, one of the strongest dudes in arm wrestling was a farmer. It's not was, he is. This dude was so strong. He was breaking people's arm. This huge hand would just crack and break your arm. See, there's just certain strength that comes with, I don't know, with necessity, with the things that you do, you have to get done every day. People who cut down trees is just a different type of strength. The old, doing it the old way. The new way is kind of different. But moving that log, if you're picking up logs and chucking it, it's different. It's different. You're a whole different type of strong. So when you do get into situations like that and somebody feels your power just one time, pow, he's like, woo, like Lord, like, okay, it's just a whole different type of strong. Now, I don't pick up washing machines every day, but I move them every day. And, it's not like washing machines are the heaviest thing in the world, but it still gives me good resistance training, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And it's got water in it. So, water's heavier than us. So even if I'm just moving it around just a couple inches every day, I'm still using different muscles, to move it around than I am just going to the gym. That's why I be so tired, because I'm always using my strength to move stuff. You know what I mean? And the gym is definitely necessary, but it doesn't cover all my bases when it comes to moving things. And sometimes, with a customer, sometimes I have to pick the whole thing up, and but I don't do it all the time. But I can do it, and now they're lighter now. Like I can go downstairs. There's a washing machine downstairs. I can pick that washing machine up, and I know it's got water in it. But I can pick it straight up and stand up with it and hold it. Just, and hold the damn thing. I don't know how heavy it is. I just know that I can pick it up. But like I said, it's not something that I suggest people do, because it's not good for your back at all. But can I do it? Yeah. Does my back hurt after I do it? Absolutely. But it hurt a lot worse when I first started. Yeah, I mean, it hurt a lot worse when I first started, but see, now I can tell my muscles are getting acclimated to that. Even when I walk through the doors, I'm like, why do I keep bumping into the door? Like I'm getting bigger. So I'm not even fully adjusted to my shoulder size. Because I keep running to the side of the door. I can't hoop. Tendonitis. I mean, so I'm just, 10 more years ago. Ain't no hoping for me, not with these knees, bro. Shoot, I tried to run 2 days ago. Just from the parking lot to the building. My knees was like, if you don't stop, if you don't cut that out. My knee said, boy, you better cut that out. The whole time, every step, they was like, nope, nope, not gonna happen. I'm like, shoot, I was trying to live the days of yore. They were like, bro, them days been gone. Woo, it hurt so bad. Days been gone. Man, these muscles in man. My patella. Shoot, I think my iliotibial band is too tight. I know my T band is too tight. I think that's my problem. ACL, MCL. Now I'm not hooping for nobody. I sucked the. Listen, I was terrible at basketball. You know what I mean? I had a little J once upon a time, but that's about it. I couldn't jump. I slammed a few times, but I was just slow. I was just a slowpoke. You know what I mean? I didn't have a lot of power in these legs. But when it came to running long distance or middle distance, I eat you up then. I get you in that mile and this. Hell, it took me 2 miles to warm up. You know what? I wasn't bad at defense. But I mean, I would miss a layup, dog. I would. Yeah, cross country. I enjoy cross country. I enjoy cross country. Little 5 mile run. But the older I got, the less than 5 miles. Shoot, went out and ran a 5K, and I was like, I know you lying. I remember the last 5K I ran. I remember this woman passed me right up, and I was looking at her like, I was it. That was it. This little 40-year-old woman ran past me like, I like, no. That was it. I knew it was over. And I ran there's an event that they have here every year, and I ran in it. And, I run a little bit and I walked. Man, this dude was 80 years old, man. I remember we started off and I ran past him. I was like, yeah, I got this dude. This dude, he 80. That's how he ran. Nonstop. For like 3 miles. Why did he catch my ass? Ran right past me. I was like, damn it. I did, damn it. That's it. I'm done. Pops ran past me, chugging, sounding like a freight train. It had a whole crew with it. He was 80. I was like, no, absolutely. Man, shoot, I went to the pool. I was like, you know what? I'm going to get my cardio on. I'm going to go up here and, man, I swim 2 laps. I'm finished. There was this dude in there, like 65. He just wouldn't stop swimming. He just kept swimming live from. I said, how far did you swim? He said, 1 mile. I was like, you what? Like, yeah, I just swim 1 mile. Black dude, too. Yeah, swim. I was like Katie Ledecky's grandfather. 2 laps, I'm done. Leaning up against that wall. Trying to strike up conversation with the lifeguard. Yo, what up, though? What up, though? You all right? You all right? I'm just chilling. You see me? I swam from over there. It was back there. You ain't see that? I'll do it again in about half an hour. You need to watch me. Water's kind of deep. It's water's low. Woo, my goodness. Was this the marathon? Nah, it was like a 3-mile run, but that dude was chugging. Swimming is good for you. But man, boy, I try to tell you, my cardio. I'm gonna go back up there and start swimming again. Get myself some different trunks, because at least treading water is great cardio, man. You can just tread that water. No, I got that asthma too. Take my inhaler with me. Keep it by the, legs. I ain't planning to do that. Oh, I can swim. It's just that I ain't got no. Woo, 25 yards, 25. Woo, man, I be trying to do the breaststroke to kind of. Then after that, I'm out for like 3 days. I'll be so tired. Like, oh man, I can't. But bench, I'm okay on the bench. But daddy can't run no more miles. I used to run around here. It's about a 2-mile. Had a good time running around here. But my knees, man. That car accident got me. I've been trying to stretch out my knees so I can, get these tendons right. So I can get back out there and at least do I don't know, got some grass out there. I want to get back out there. I've been trying to do the side straddle hop. Military word for, jumping jacks. These hurt too bad. The side straddle hop. Man, that dude was chugging. Yoga spin class. Man, I be riding my bike though. Somebody else is here. I don't know who's here, but hello to whoever you are. I be riding my bike. I found that bike out there. Everybody wanted that bike too. I gotta be careful. Somebody don't try to take it. I'll be riding that bike. I'll be out there riding a bike, finding my pennies. Put my headphones on, go around to the parking lots, find my pennies. Yeah, biking's good. I mean, when the wind ain't smacking you around, the wind was out. It was too much today. I was enjoying the bike, and I was like, okay. Yeah, I'll be on my bike. That's a dope little beat, ain't it? I might have to publish this. It's now see, I'll be stretching. I'll probably stretch tomorrow. Real good. I might go to the gym tomorrow. I might go to Planet Fitness and do some I might go to Planet Fitness and just do some leg extensions. You know what I mean? I'm not ready to do any deadlifting because my back hurts. Not too bad, but I gotta get rid of these 3 washers. Is what it is. So I've been moving those around. I got 3 of them to get rid of. I got 1 on my porch, 1 in my shed, and 1 in my kitchen. And I just had to strip the 1 in my kitchen down, take the parts off of it. Then I got to take those other two that are on my porch. And I got to take them to the junkyard along with this ice box, this freezer that's sitting in my kitchen. I got to get rid of that too. Yeah. It's not a bad little catch though at the junkyard. Probably get me about $60, $70. But yeah, gotta get rid of them. I just sold a GE washer. So, so you act like you're 90. You're in better shape than some 20-year-olds. And nothing wrong with you, bro. Oh, that's not true. That's not true at all. Listen, if nothing was wrong with me, I would be 60 pounds lighter, 60, 70 pounds lighter. There's a reason why I can't do that. At least not the traditional way. My way of staying in shape was running it off. Now, not so much. So I have to find another way to do things. But running is what I like to do. It made me feel free. I can run as fast as I want. I used to race the bus, race the cars. You know what I'm saying? Race people from the red light to. Yeah, I'm definitely need to get into that too. I gotta figure something out. Steam room. I gotta figure something out because I want to be able. I want to be able to just jog again. Like I know I can't compete, but I'd like to be able to just jog a mile again. You know what I mean? I mean, the last mile I ran in competition was like 6 minutes and some change. I felt great about that. It was like, Tone still got a 6 minute mile. I still got a 6 minute mile in me somewhere. You know? If I eat right, get my vitamins on. I was like, I definitely felt that my bones on bones. Nah, but there's still a little floating patella action going on. I mean, I definitely felt like the last time I hit a mile, I definitely felt like I could have got into the five something, the high fives, 540, somewhere around there. I definitely felt like, under 6 is possible. I was like, I can go 5. I can go under 5. I mean, I can go under 6. I know I can. 550, 560. And my body, the way it's, all made up, once I get that rhythm and start hitting, 550 miles, my body's like, let's do it again. I know if I come back to that track the within the next 3 days, I'm gonna, improve on some things, just body positions and at certain times that I'm running and I start looking at that watch, start counting down them laps. Oh yeah, I'll shave that time off quick. It doesn't get hard until you go under 5. That's when it starts getting, very technical, what your body position is, how much power you're putting to the ground, when you're putting it to the ground, what's your heel strike, when are you getting up on your toes, how fast are you doing, 600s, how fast is your 800, that's when that stuff matters. And then that's when a lot of repetition comes in. After you get your base, after you've been running, I used to do 60 miles a week. And this is what nobody's telling me to do it. I just did it. So then you'd have to look at your hills, then dragging weights if that's what you're going to do, but definitely weight training. Then I would have to figure out what kind of mile do I want to run. So if I'm going to go back in a competition, I'm thinking in my mind, if I can get a 430 flat and a 1500 and a 445 and a 1600, that's not bad. That's not going to put me in Olympic trials or nothing like that, but it's good for my age. Now, if I was looking at running faster than that, that's when your nutrition is going to be really, really high. Like your protein, like your fuel cells are going to be real high because you're going to have to start running. You're going to have to do a lot of road, a lot of grass, and then if you really got serious, you have to run in altitude. And that's when you're getting paid to do it. So you'd be running the mile, the 1600, you'd be running it at 405, all the way down to 359. That's what they run in college. Once you step out of college, professional competition where Nike is going to sponsor you, you got to be running a 443 in the 16. You got to be running a 433, something like that, in a 15. The fastest guys, those guys, the fastest guy in the world, his name was El Garouge. His name was Hickman El Garouge. He has the world record in the mile. And when you see the way he ran that mile, you would have thought he was running a 200. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And of course, shortly after that, he couldn't run it anymore. He got sick. What would my diet be like? Depends on what level of running I would be doing. So my diet when I was competing in the mile, I ate a lot of apples. That's for one. I ate a lot for one. I was a heavier miler than most people. So you gotta understand, I was running a mile in competition at 205. Most milers are 185. So I was just heavier than they were. So that hurt me. But I was still able to compete with them. Sometimes I come in last, sometimes I come in, around the middle somewhere. When I got to the people who I knew could compete in the Olympics, I was no competition for them. They blew me away so bad that they would, be standing at the finish line waiting for me. So I knew at when I was in college who was faster than who and at what level I was competing against. But I ran for a small no-name school. I got a scholarship for it for track. I ran for a small no-name school, but the invitationals that we went to were to like FAMU. If you're running against FAMU, you're running against the people who are, those college students are, they're right up there with Ohio State and Texas A&M, and those are the big boys, the Nittany Lions, and those are the big boys. So they're running ridiculous times. They were running a 15 and 443. I was doing it in 426. You know what I mean? I ran a 426 and came dead last. And I wasn't even disappointed about it. Those guys were running the 2 mile in 8:20 something. And they were running heats of the 2 mile. And there will always be someone who just lit everybody up in the 2 mile. It was beautiful, but it was devastating because I couldn't compete. Well, excuse me. I can compete, but I knew I couldn't win. But I didn't really care. But like I said, I was heavier than most milers, and so. But when I was competing in college, I ate a lot. I ate all day because I burned a lot of fuel. So I ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I made sure I did that. I ate a lot of snacks. Uh, I was bench pressing 305. Uh, I ate a lot of fruits and a lot of fiber. A lot of fruits. I would eat apples, green apples, a lot. No, I never drank or smoked. I drank a lot of water and so stuff like that. Heavy fuel stuff. A lot of potatoes, and I scarfed that food down. I was eating like I was still in the military. I was eating like this. I wouldn't even be paying people around me no mind until I noticed that they were looking at me. And because I had to have all that energy for the output. Really, my baby's mama. That's how I met her. She was just sitting there looking at me at the table like this. I was scarfing my food down, sitting by myself, and I felt her looking at me, and we had a conversation later. She was just enthralled by by my Neanderthal tactics when it came to eating. I just I would eat. I would consume so much food, and then but I was running. Like the coach said, I was the only person he didn't have to tell to practice. Like when I had to go to the bank, I would run to the bank. Take off. It was just, I just felt a lot of freedom in running. So, I was fast, but I wasn't. Okay, so when we went to the invitationals, you have, D1, 2, 3. So of course, Talladega is a small college, so I was on the lower rank of tier, and but we're at FAMU where there's 3,000 people, so they had top tier people who I was running against, and their training was different than ours. We didn't even have a track. We had to go borrow a high school track, and it was made out of cement, so it hurt our feet. There were shin splints. I mean, but when you're running on a rubber track and you have, you know, different coaches and stuff, it's just a whole different world. So could I have been faster? Absolutely. But you gotta understand, when I got a scholarship, I was 27 years old. Most of the running I was doing was just running around town. And then I decided to go to college. And then somebody said, hey, I'll pay for it. Well, the partial scholarship. So I got a partial scholarship to run. You know, so it's just, I mean, you truly are a better athlete depending on what school you go to. You're the people who go to Pitt are different than those who go to Penn State. It's just different. It's just different. It is. It's a huge difference. And they're good, but Michigan and Michigan State, not in the same class. Not even close. Cincinnati and Ohio State will run them over. I ran at FAMU for that particular race. They're the ones who beat Ohio State in football. I mean, they beat them in the championship. That's what I'm saying. So when I lost, I wasn't mad because I knew that the people who beat me had a better program than I did. And that was just that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, and plus we didn't incorporate a lot of weightlifting. So that hurt me because, you wouldn't think that you need that much leg strength in a mile. But I'm going to tell you, when you're kicking around in that last 800, uh, a lot of your core strength comes into play because of your body position. The one thing you don't want to do when you're a middle distance runner is when you're running, if your core is not strong enough, you're going to start doing this. If you start leaning over, then your knee lift is going to be off. You're going to have less knee lift, and that's going to cause you to work harder. The harder you work, the less you're going to want to work. So what'll happen is you'll start slowing down. Also, when you're running up against someone, there's going to be somebody there who has your stride pattern. So if someone is ahead of you and you can copy their stride pattern, you can look right at their legs. And when their legs hit, your legs hit. But let's just say they're right in front of you. So what you do is you can give them, what you do is their left leg is going to strike. Now, if you go behind them and behind their stride pattern, when their left leg comes up, you're sitting behind here. This way you don't bump into them. You know what I mean? But you can also get closer to them if you're drafting them. So what happens is their left leg comes up, boom, kicks back. Your left leg does the same thing, but you're operating off of their right leg. It puts you off center, but it puts you right behind them, and they're taking the wind. So the wind is hitting them, and you're just cruising behind them. It's a way to save energy. It also gives you the ability to slingshot off of somebody when the turn comes. So there's all kind of technique when it comes to running. I remember when I fell in a damn. I had a friend that fell in the 100-yard hurdles. I never tried the hurdles once I saw that. Yeah, no hurdles for me. I really sucked when it came to jumping. Yeah, I really sucked when it came to jumping. But yeah, you can draft off of somebody. Don't ever tell your wife that story. She'd be like, that's what you get. You had the lead and everything. Yeah, your head was big. Dang, bro. Oh, I done did so many embarrassing things in front of a woman or in front of some chick. It is what it is. It's like, well, you're not getting that. You just see her going, yeah, I would go out with you, but you fell over a hurdle. I was there. I saw you fall. Number 3, it was the third one. Who was counting? I wasn't counting. I'm just saying it looked like there was 3, and then your lead leg went over, and your trail leg, and then you rolled, and you kind of laid there. I didn't laugh. My friends laughed, but I didn't laugh. I wouldn't do that. I would. I laughed a little bit. I laughed a little bit. No, I laughed a lot. I did. My bad though. My bad. It was kind of funny. Long jump, high jump. Oh, you were a speedster. Oh, you ran a mile. What was your mile time? Where's your mile time? I gotta go turn my heat back on. Where's your mile time? Good old mile. Good old mile. I'm gonna laugh. Well, you're not a miler. You seem like a sprinter to me. You seem like anybody with a mile like that is probably a sprinter. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, there it is. Hey, listen, you want to know what my 100 time was? This is the reason why I don't laugh at nobody's time. I ran the 100 in 12.1. I was slow. I got blown away by James Law. He couldn't even believe it. He was like, your time is what? I said, I never ran under 12 seconds. He's like, what? I got my doors blown off by James Law. You thought I could come out there? Oh, no, not in a mile. Oh, yeah. You got the surprise of your life. Yeah, not in a mile you didn't. No, we don't play that. Not in a mile, brother. Yeah, not in a mile, bro. You gotta know your stuff in a mile. We didn't have a choice at my school. If you were an athlete, you had to. Oh, okay. You know something. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I played basketball, football. I wrestled in the 8th grade. It wasn't bad. I liked wrestling. I wasn't bad at wrestling. I was actually kind of good. I don't like this. Yeah, I wasn't bad at all. I like to wrestle. I still use those techniques. That's a good thing about wrestling. You can always use them. I've used those wrestling techniques. I've used those wrestling techniques in fights. Yeah, I've used. You're gonna always use wrestling moves in a fight, especially if you're not a striker. I'm not a striker. I like to get my opponent in. I like to do collateral damage to my opponent. I do. I enjoy, if I can, like subduing them in some with. I like to use my strength on them to let them know that this is not a good idea. But I don't like pummel them into the ground, not unless I get really, really, really mad. Other than that, I just like to show off the fact that I'm stronger than they are. But if they're stronger than me, now that's different. Then I have to turn into some type of striker. Because a lot of people who challenge me, they're bigger than me. Yeah, they're some big boys. I'm like, I'm going to have to choke this big boy out. That's what I be thinking. I'm going to choke this mother skunk out. Some kind of way, or I'm going to, I don't know, I'm going to do something. But the guys who are smaller than me and challenge me, I just like to pretty much manhandle them and, that's just the way I look at them. Once you manhandle somebody, they don't. You know what I'm saying? They're not too anxious to want any more of it. That's a base. Yeah. Don't know what you're doing, you're in trouble. I don't even know what that. I like that. Get lifted. Just kind of chill. Yes, pretty chill. If you want to schedule a time, I'll talk about it. Yeah, if you tell me when you want me to do it, I will. You gotta tell me times, but I'm not gonna do it right now. I want to make that a whole. Nobody's okay. So you're the only person here. Nobody's gonna listen. This is 4 hours. Nobody's gonna listen to this. It's just me and you. Every now and then somebody else comes on, but it's just me and you. Nobody's gonna listen to this. I'm gonna talk about that. I want people to hear it. Yeah, old Joe Rogan covered that. Old Joe Rogan. Yeah. Oh, Joe Rogan. At Joe. At Joe Rogan. I think I like this beat just the way it is. It's kind of hot. What's good? Who's that? What's happening? Just chilling, just chilling. Just on, chilling out, talking to the homie. What you up to? Having a Saturday? What do you guys do on Saturday? What I got going? I just talked for about 4 hours about stuff. I got a little chicken dinner. About the leftover chicken dinner. No leftover. Oh, daddy duty? Yeah. That's chill, man. I ain't got no friends. Yeah, I ain't got no friends, but you know, tell your homies I said, what up? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I ain't got no friends, homie. All my friends betrayed me. Yeah, all my friends betrayed me. Punk ass niggas. Last. All over some females. If you getting plenty of attention, people don't like that. And I used to get plenty of attention. I used to give some chicks away. I only had one homie that wasn't jealous of me and the chicks I used to get. And he knew how I was. He's like, you ain't got no money, but you be getting it. He's like, dude, you're amazing. Like, how do you do this? Because he wasn't, his thing was getting money. My things was getting the chicks. I'm like, come on, man, let's go out. Went out, saw two chicks I knew who I never slept with. I just knew them. Oh, I was hugging on them. I was like, yo, Jeff, which one of them you want? And they were just standing there looking at him. Like, dude, pick one. You know? There was some cool, I just knew them. There was just some cool chicks. You know what I'm saying? I never had any relationships with them. You know, but I knew they were some chill chicks. They would dance with you, talk with you, you know. You could hug on them if you wanted to. It was no biggie. They was just cool like that. Brandy and my friend. Yeah, you need a hug or you need a rub. They like all that. They like, what do you want? We're human. Let's go. But Jeff, man, Jeff is, I used to bring chicks to my house and Jeff would be there and be like, yo, Jeff, this so and so. He'd just be all teasing like he's brand new. I'm like, why are you, dude? You play for Northwestern. You played defensive end or whatever, a back for Northwestern. You're a college graduate. You're big. You like, why are you acting like it? But chicks wasn't. He used to call me on. He wanted to know how to talk to his woman because he really didn't know. He had a woman, like I saw her once. He introduced me to her. She was different. She was good looking, but she was different. She didn't say hardly anything. She would just stare at me. And I was like, shoot, I understand what you got on your hands, homie. Yeah, he called me. He was like, man, this is what I think. I said, you didn't call me to ask me what you think. You called me so I could tell you what I think. He's like, you right. I'm like, I know. I deal with this every day. Your girl ain't doing nothing new. I was like, this is what you do. He handled it. You got girl problems. I feel bad for you saying that. So I ain't had them issues. I had my own issues. But that, what you got, with all that, I'm not dealing with that. You're not coming around me and to be mean? No, I'm not dealing with that. I'm from Pittsburgh. That's because you stay having a girl. Get rid of her. Get rid of them. If you keep having girl issues, there's something you're doing wrong. You choosing the wrong girl, get rid of them. I don't have no woman issues because I don't have no woman. If your woman is acting up and you keep running into the same type of woman, you're doing something wrong. You meeting them at the wrong place. You saying the wrong things to them. You sticking your winky in them and you shouldn't. You're doing something wrong. And it's the same thing. You know, the same chick. You go around the corner, it's the same chick. You go to Atlanta, it's the same chick. You go to Detroit, it's the same. It's you. It's you. You're doing something wrong. You should be telling women exactly what you want and you should be getting it. Like, yo, shorty, I'm going to tell you right now, like, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to stay up all night and talk to you about your feelings. Mhm. You want to come over here and offload, it's not going to happen. I'm the wrong person to offload. My last boyfriend, nah, hey, listen. So yeah, I'm gonna go. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get you an Uber. What happened? Because I want to hear about your last boyfriend. Last time you came over here, you did the same thing. No, I'm done. I'm not doing it. Get up. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go. Others that gotta go. You gotta go. I don't want to hear nothing. No, you gotta go. And just don't talk to her. You know what'll happen the next time she talks to you? She will not talk about her last boyfriend if she wants to see you. And then she'll make provisions to see you. She might take you out. I'm just telling you, man, I just operated different. You know, women would take me out to eat, and I wouldn't have to say anything to the waitress. They knew what I wanted. They would order my food, we eat, and I wasn't rude to the waitress. I just didn't have to talk to her. My girl would go, yes, how you doing? Be like, I would like a lemonade. He would like an iced tea. He would like the chicken dinner with the mashed potatoes and greens. I would like the blah, 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 blah. And she would take our menus and say thank you. That'd be it. I didn't pay for that. Some of y'all paying when you shouldn't be paying because y'all believe all the stuff you hear on the internet. A man should pay for everything. You're not a man, blah, blah, blah. BS. That is pure BS. Some of these women making $100,000. Let them pay for it. Let them take you to dinner. Ask him, yo, you take me to dinner? You take me to dinner? Like, yeah, I'll take you to dinner. Get all that BS out of your head. Let them take you to dinner. Let them take you to dinner. You gotta have the mindset of an older man. You focus on yourself, it's a wrap. Nah, he left. But you know, you gotta focus on yourself. I don't care. I'm the king of I'm good. One chick said, he's making plans to go out. She was like, she called me. She's like, I don't really think you want to go out with me because you never call me. And she was right, I don't. Because she was a thief. She was stealing vans. Like, no, I don't want to. Yeah, she was a thief. Why am I going out with you and you're a thief? You're going to steal from me. She's a big chick too, big 6 foot. It's like, nah, you should have never told me you stole a van. She's like, yeah, and I stole the van. How do you just... She's going to steal from me. And then I got to wrestle this big chick. She was nice. She wasn't bad looking. She wasn't bad. I like the fact that she was tall. I was like, she was a big girl. Yeah, I was like, she was thick too. But when she told me she was a thief, that canceled my Christmas. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what kind of beat this. Got you freestyle it? Alright, let me find something else to put in there. Yeah. And she's a big old pretty thing. But I wasn't trying to get, I wasn't trying to get into it with her like that. Chicks who steal are different. Their mind is never off. Like, they're never in chill mode. They're always in, how can I steal from you? Yo, yo, yo! What it do? What it do? How you be? Over here just trying to get fresh on the keys. Trying to get fresh on the keys a little bit. A little bit. You alright? Hold on, I gotta go turn my heat back on. The weather is different in Ohio, man. The weather be weathering in Ohio. It be weathering out here. supposed to be the basis. It has a twang to it I don't like. It's twanging. It's twanging. Is that my Let me hold you tight, if only for one night. Let me give you real. I get this right? Uh, Let's swing on it. It's almost a Sunday. Almost. All the same pattern. It's gonna. That's an E bass. Try something else. Try the 7 bass. Yeah. Sub bass. Yeah. Sub bass. Some nice, smooth over it.